today's court in session. The case will be heard by chairing Judge Rada de Souza, Judges Sharon H. Wen, Notukwa Muskua Manituokwan, by Judges Rasigan Maharaj, and by Judge Nicolas Hildyard.
Good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I want to just remind all of you that you are here present in this court for intergenerational climate crimes in your capacity as ancestors of future generations. Your role, therefore, in assessing the charges brought by the complainants on behalf of comrades past, present, and future is a very serious one. It is your duty, therefore, to pay very careful attention to the evidence that you are about to hear and to assess it first and foremost in the interest of future generations of all species, not just humans, not just non-humans, but all species, and of course, in the interest of present generations. Please note that you will have received, when you entered this court, a file that includes the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act. That is the law that governs this space, as well as you will have received details of the indictment that will be of use to you in carrying out your duties and responsibilities as members of public jury today. Please be aware also that in these proceedings, video and photo materials will also be produced, and they will also serve as evidence, and they will be available for you. I now ask the clerk of this court to please call out the case for today. Thank you.
Number 1 of 2021, the complainants are comrades of the Netherlands, comrades past, present, and future of Bolivia, comrades past, present, and future of Peru, and comrades past, present, and future of Mongolia versus the state of the Netherlands.
I now call upon the prosecutor, Mr. Bart-Jaap Verbeek, who is here as representative of the Center for Research on Multinational Corporations, or SOMO, to present his case on behalf of comrades of Netherlands. Mr. Verbeek.
Good afternoon. Honorable judges, dear comrades, dear members of the audience. It's a great honor here, to stand here before you today and to deliver the opening statement in this first hearing in the comrades past, present, and future versus the Dutch state. Within the next 20 minutes, I will provide a brief outline of some of the most important legal structures that enable and facilitate international climate crimes and injustices worldwide, to better grasp also the role and the complicity of the state therein. Could we go to the next slide, please? So the past 4 decades have witnessed a profound transformation of global capitalism. This transformation has involved a fundamental restructuring of social power relations, and with that, the rise of transnational capital as the dominant force in shaping the course of globalization. the transnationalization of production and finance has become manifest in the drastic increase in the volumes of foreign direct investment and other types of cross-border capital flows. Now, this has not led to a moving or a disappearance of the state. Rather, states and state-like institutions remain the crucial nodes in driving and sustaining the progressive liberalization of the world market and continue to proactively shape and craft the contours of disciplinary neoliberalism, which refers to the intensification and deepening of the scope of market disciplines associated with the increasing power of capital in organizing social and world orders, and in so doing, shaping the limits of the possible in people's everyday life. So capital continues to depend on the coercive functions of the state to secure the social order of private property relations and to maintain the favorable conditions for the accumulation of capital by providing a legal and institutional framework that guarantees the stability and predictability in its social arrangement. So capital owes its power to law that is backed and enforced by the state. So as capital expands across borders and moves across borders and across different territorial units and political systems, so too must these legal and institutional arrangements. So therefore, the transnational legal infrastructure is the backbone of global capitalism and crucial for reconciling the economic realm of property with the realm of political sovereignty. So states are therefore the main driving force behind the creation of the world of offshore finance, which is a transnational legal space in which foreign investors and billionaires move and store their globally extracted values, capital and property claims with the sole aim of protecting their wealth. Could we go to the next slide, please? So according to the IMF, offshore financial centers are countries or jurisdictions that provide financial services to non-residents on a scale that is incommensurate with the size and the financing of its domestic economy. And we can thereby distinguish between sink and conduit OFCs. So sink OFCs are tax havens that attract and retain foreign capital. You can think of your traditional exotic places like Bermuda and the Cayman Islands. But conduit OFCs, those are jurisdictions that function as intermediate destinations for global capital. And typical conduit countries are the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Singapore, and Ireland. And the sheer magnitude of capital flowing through these conduit OFCs has led the IMF to conclude that we are witnessing the rise of so-called phantom capital. So about 15 trillion US dollars, or almost 40% of global FDI, consists of this phantom capital. And that is cross-border financial investments between firms belonging to the same multinational group, rather than stimulating economic growth, job creation, or productive capacities. And such phantom capital primarily runs through empty shell companies, or which are a legal creation, often called special purpose vehicles, or SPVs, that have no real business activities but mainly carry out holding activities, intra-firm activities, or manage intangible assets to minimize the global tax bill. And according to the Dutch Central Bank, there are about 15,000 of these SPVs in the Netherlands that together hold more than 4 billion euro in assets on their accounts. And they are usually established in the Netherlands to obtain tax benefits, either in the Netherlands or in the country of the parent company. And according to the Dutch Central Bureau for Statistics, about 80% of incoming FDI in the Netherlands is directly reinvested abroad. Next slide, please. A quick look at some of the publicly available data confirms that the Netherlands is indeed a conduit country. The Netherlands ranks second in terms of inward and outward direct investment positions worldwide, ahead of much larger economies such as China, Germany, United Kingdom, and Japan. Next slide, please. A very large part of these FDI volumes is attributable to Dutch SPVs. According to data from the Dutch Central Bank, 60% of the Netherlands' outward direct investment position runs through SPVs. When looking at the top 5 counterpart economies, we can see that more than half, or sometimes even more than 2/3 of outward direct investment positions run through SPVs. And these numbers are even higher when looking at selected developing countries, whereby in the case of Mongolia, Uganda, Ghana, or Sudan, practically all FDI includes SPVs. Next slide, please. So this raises a lot of questions about the role of the Netherlands as a conduit jurisdiction and the sustainability of its foreign investment policy. The Dutch government actively works to create a competitive and attractive business climate. So the country offers a very attractive fiscal climate by offering low withholding taxes on dividends, royalties, interest, and capital gains income. The relatively weak substance requirements under Dutch law enable multinational corporations to set up holding companies such as SPVs in the Netherlands. And this allows them to take advantage of the extensive Dutch network of double tax treaties and to make specific agreements with the Dutch tax authority. And while the Dutch government proudly presents the Netherlands as an attractive destination for multinational corporations and assumes that with the course of time these SPVs will develop some form of substantial business activities that will contribute to the Dutch economy, the impact on public budgets in countries all over the world is enormous. It has been calculated last year that governments stand to lose about 22 billion euros per year in revenue as a result from the Dutch tax policy. So this puts enormous pressure on governments to raise the necessary funds to provide basic and essential public services, particularly in the light of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. And on top of that, companies incorporated in the Netherlands can take use of a large network of bilateral investment treaties that offer protection to investors against legal or regulatory changes in host countries that might affect their business operations. Next slide, please. The Netherlands maintains a network of 78 active bilateral investment treaties that offer a broad set of legally binding and enforceable property rights to foreign investors that seek to shield them from certain types of adverse action by governments of the host state in which they invest. And this set of rights has the objective of placing legal limits on the authority of governments, isolating economic from political power, and assigning to investment interests the highest possible protection. These treaties seek to discipline states, to create and enhance a stable and predictable business environment, and to provide the necessary legal conditions for uninhibited corporate profit-making. They entail a pre-commitment strategy that binds future generations to market disciplines and that establishes certain thresholds beyond which are expected never to go beyond. The Netherlands is also a member of the Energy Charter Treaty, a multilateral treaty on investments in the energy sector. And as a member of the European Union, the Netherlands is party to a number of new EU free trade agreements with provisions on investment. And this patchwork of treaties forms together a global legal space, or empire, in which investors, shareholders, and asset owners can move freely and are well protected from government interference. Next slide, please. In terms of their content, Dutch treaties are often heralded as a golden standard of investment protection. Among other things, they offer a very broad coverage, including all kinds of assets such as portfolio investments, shares, bonds, intellectual property rights, intangible assets, and so on. And all kinds of investors, irrespective of their business activities or their behavior. They contain very broad and vague standards of investment protection that go well beyond what is found in many domestic systems of administrative law. And most notably, they include protection against indirect expropriation, which relates to the regulatory measures that fundamentally affect the use of an investment and which can virtually be any kind of government regulation or a government measure, such as taxation measures or environmental measures. And moreover, they contain also the controversial standard of fair and equitable treatment, which has often been interpreted as protecting the legitimate expectations investors had when they made the investment, even when these expectations are unreasonable, for example, assuming that regulatory regimes would never change, or disregarding of expectations that other stakeholders have, for example, in terms of corporate social responsibility, or bringing in more jobs or technology transfer. Dutch BATs rarely create corresponding obligations for investors to abide by the laws of the host country, let alone to respect human rights, labor, environmental or other public international norms. These BITs or BITs, they typically order governments to pay fair market value, but they fail to provide guidelines for the arbitrators on how to determine that value or what methods to use. So as a result, compensation amounts can inflate to billions of euros, particularly when tribunals apply income-based approaches incorporating expected future profits to assess the value of an affected asset. Such financial pressure could compel governments to drop or water down measures or regulations in fear of expensive and unpredictable arbitration, which can lead to situations of regulatory chill. And in the event of an investment dispute, foreign investors can bypass domestic legal systems and resort to ad hoc international arbitration. Tribunals consist of 3 arbitrators that are selected from a small pool of private lawyers or legal academics and are appointed by the disputing parties and paid per case. Many engage in double hatting, whereby they act as an arbitrator in one case and representing a corporate client in another, which causes widely recognized problems with impartiality and independence, given that only investors can raise these claims. There is a general lack of transparency in these proceedings, and after a final award, there is no possibility for appeal, and there are only very limited grounds for annulment or review. Moreover, this ISDS mechanism excludes other stakeholders in an investment dispute, for example, workers or local communities affected by the conduct of a foreign investor as a party in the proceedings. And finally, the exorbitant awards and legal costs involved in investment arbitration has given rise to an emerging investment arbitration industry, whereby specialized law firms are actively advising their clients to bring claims. And this El Dorado of investment arbitration has also attracted specialized financial services companies and investment funds that cover the legal fees as third-party funders to enable investors to sue governments in return for a large share of any eventual compensation award. Next slide, please. So as a conduit country, the Netherlands has become a real claim haven over the past decades. Between 1996 and 2021, a total of 124 of these ISDS cases have been brought under Dutch treaties, which makes the Netherlands the number 2 on the list with countries from where investors file the most ISDS cases. Next slide, please. 45 countries have already been hit by one or more Dutch claims, with Venezuela and Spain and so-called other transition countries in Central and Eastern Europe topping the list. Next slide, please. 20 cases have so far been decided in favor of the investor, and 23 in favor of the state. Importantly, another 34 cases have been either settled or discontinued, whereby a government may have decided to give some form of compensation or withdraw or water down a disputed measure. And unsurprisingly, almost 3/4 of all Dutch cases have been filed by an SPV, a special purpose vehicle, with another 9% by a Dutch subsidiary of a foreign company, and only 30% are proper Dutch companies. And these companies have claimed up to $110 billion in total, and have already received more than 18 billion in compensation, either through an award or through settlement. And these numbers are likely much higher, as most case details remain confidential. Some of the largest awards in the history of investment arbitration have been granted under Dutch treaties, mainly involving the oil and gas and mining investors in Venezuela. Next slide, please. So most cases involve the energy sector, that is electricity, gas, pipelines, transportation, etc., or manufacturing, financial and insurance activities, and mining and quarrying, which also includes the oil and gas extraction. Particularly some of the largest climate polluters have successfully used Dutch treaties to obtain compensation from governments for measures that affect their business, or to successfully water down certain proposed regulations. Next slide, please. One example is the case filed by the Italian oil giant Eni, which lodged a claim against Nigeria 1 year ago in a dispute concerning a controversial oil license for an offshore field that has been allegedly the product of corruption, for which Eni is currently on trial in Nigeria. Rather than bringing the claim under the Italy-Nigeria Treaty, which would require Eni to comply with Nigerian laws, Eni filed the claim under the Netherlands-Nigeria Treaty, which does not contain such a requirement. Eni uses thereby 2 Dutch subsidiaries, one of which appears to be a letterbox company without any employees, and the other appears to be a major hub for Eni's overseas activities, which indicates that Eni is located in the Netherlands mainly for tax planning purposes. Next slide, please. Other investors have challenged a wide range of government measures with implications for sustainable development, human rights, and social and environmental justice, ranging from measures aimed at supporting domestic employment and local economies, to measures against money laundering, revoking permits due to environmental concerns, taxation measures in the fossil fuel industry and extraction, reversing privatized public health and pension systems, and the enforcement of local court rulings regarding oil pollution. Most ironically, the Dutch state itself is now facing 2 claims of together 2.4 billion euros filed by German energy companies RWE and Uniper under the Energy Charter Treaty for adopting a law that prohibits the use of coal for energy production by 2030 as part of the government's climate policies. Next slide, please. So with all these property claims being facilitated by Dutch treaties, the Dutch state has a huge historical responsibility to disentangle these legal structures that privilege investors, shareholders, and asset owners at the expense of states, humans, non-humans, and nature. The Dutch state and the extended state capital nexus has been at the cradle of the investment treaty regime. Corporate representatives of Royal Dutch Shell were highly influential in developing the first legal codes and imaginaries of foreign investment relations in the post-war era of decolonization. The main drafter of this ICSID convention and the founding Secretary General of ICSID was a Dutch lawyer. And also former Dutch Prime Minister Ruud Lubbers is considered the founding father of the Energy Charter Treaty, which is now being used by energy companies to sue the Dutch government. And consecutive Dutch governments have been pushing hard for a new generation of European or EU free trade agreements with investment protection provisions and support EU plans to roll out a multilateral investment court that would only further institutionalize and perpetuate this type of investment arbitration. So as a final remark, the investment policy of the Dutch state is diametrically opposed to the global climate objectives, and it is contributing therefore to the realization of a great danger for mankind, human rights, the environment, and nature. By enabling shareholders and asset owners to route their capital through the Netherlands and granting them extraordinary legal rights and citizenship under these treaties, the Dutch state severely restricts also the policy space of many states all over the world in pursuing social and environmental justice objectives. If our political systems are hardly able to regulate quickly and effectively, then who will protect humans and non-humans across different generations, whose rights and well-beings are clearly being violated by the crimes committed through these offshore investors? We can no longer afford to sit and wait at the sideline. It is time to act. The time has come to act and to hold the responsible Dutch state to account. I am fully confident that you, dear judges, are taking the right decision on this. Thank you very much.
May I now ask Judges Sharon Wen, Rasigan Maharaj, Nicholas Hildyard, do you have any questions or do you need any clarifications from Bart-Jaap Verbeek, whose evidence you have just heard?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Can I ask for clarity on the level of public engagement by Dutch residents in the framing of international agreements in general and investment treaties in particular.
Couldn't fully hear the question because there was no mic on the speaker.
Just repeat again, yeah? I asked for clarity on the public engagement by Dutch residents in the framing of international agreements and investment treaties in particular.
And by Dutch residents, you mean?
The people who live in
citizens.
this territory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Honourable Judge. I think the Dutch residents have taken increasingly an important role in framing this. We see over the past few years that there is an increased awareness of the role of the Dutch state in facilitating these treaties and these claims. And now particularly when we are talking about the energy transition, about climate justice, and we see that many of these claims are popping up in the energy sector relating to measures that governments are taking democratically to cut down the fossil fuel industry and to speed up the energy transition. And I think there is also more awareness of the legal challenges posed by these treaties. There is still a lot of work to be done, but I think we are on the right track there.
Sharon Van, Nicholas, Hildyard, yes, come forward please. Yeah.
Well, thank you to the prosecutor. It was, set out very clearly the case. I've got several questions actually, so shall I just take them one at a time? One is a follow-on from Rasigan's question. He asked about the engagement of the Dutch public in formulating these treaties. What engagement is there from the other side of the country that's signing the treaty of civil society, and what consideration historically has been given to future generations' engagement, and indeed to the engagement of non-humans? I've got more questions, so shall I sit down and come back or stay here? Or shall I list the questions?
Yes, I think if you can list the questions.
Okay.
And then maybe you can, would that be easier for you? Or would you rather go one question?
Yeah, I can take these first two.
Okay, all right, then one question.
Thank you very much, Honourable Judge. With regard to the first question, I have to say, because of the unidirectional character of the Dutch investment treaty regime, so to say, and the direction to which these claims are going, the reaction and the responses from residents from other countries that are partner countries to the Netherlands have been quite extensive, and even more extensive than in the Netherlands, because of the one-way direction. And what we see is, I showed in my presentation, how Venezuela has been hit by all these claims from Dutch investors, multinational investors. And we see that Venezuela, in response, it terminated the treaty with the Netherlands. And there are other countries that are terminating their treaties with the Netherlands for the exact same reason. Not because they don't like the Dutch, but they don't like these investors coming through the Dutch special purpose vehicles. So Indonesia, India, South Africa, Uganda, Burkina Faso, all these countries have come to the conclusion that it is not beneficial to them to have these treaties with the Netherlands, because they're not only facing claims by Dutch investors, but by any multinational corporation that has activities in their country. So we see there is mobilization in these countries. It is also the task of us here, residents, to take these concerns seriously and engage with these concerns. And not only think, oh, now the Netherlands is being hit by these claims, we need to take action. No, but we need to take a firm stance on and have this solidarity. The second question or remark, the engagement of non-humans. That's a difficult element. And I think that the concept of how these treaties and these claims affect society should be seen from a more holistic perspective, and not only think about human rights or in a narrow term that is affecting humans, but also our living environment, our ecosystems. Many societies, communities worldwide depend on these ecosystems in their daily life, and that should also be respected. And also, when we are engaging with discussions on these legal structures, we should also take these elements into consideration.
I've got a couple of questions just to explore a bit the bilateral nature of these treaties and how real that bilateralism is. So I wonder whether you gave us some statistics on how many countries the Netherlands had sued. How many times has the Netherlands been sued by a treaty partner? So the other way around.
2 times this year. Those are the 2 claims by German energy companies filed under the Energy Charter Treaty in relation to the decision to phase out coal in a commitment to reaching the Paris climate objectives. So these are not 2 random cases, I would say. These are also, because it are the 2 first cases against the Netherlands, but they also include or consist of cases directly filed against climate measures. And this is one of the few instances. There was only 1 case against Canada in relation to coal phase out, but these are 2 very prolific cases. And the outcome of these cases will severely affect the politics of the energy transition and how we are going to spend our public money in the energy transition. Are we going to hand over money to these fossil fuel companies that have knowingly and consistently or continuously investing in fossil fuels, even though they knew it was harmful for the climate? Are we going to hand over the public money to them? Or are we going to use that money to invest in the green and fair and just energy transition?
Thank you very much for that. I wonder whether you could just tell me so the only 2 claims against the Netherlands have been by a European country, and there's never been a case of any country from the global south where there's a treaty actually taking the Netherlands to court.
Not that we are aware of. I must say there are some news reports that a Venezuelan bank located in Curaçao, which is a small island in the Caribbean which belongs to the Kingdom of the Netherlands, has been preparing an arbitration claim, which would also be ironic, very ironic, given how many times Dutch investors have sued Venezuela, but there is no more publicly available information on that. So for now, we only know for certain that we have these 2 cases.
So historically, it's been a very one-sided use of treaties. I'd like to explore a little bit to some questions on, again, this issue of the bilateral nature of it, the equality of arms, if you like. And this may be a question on which you could come back to us, because it's quite a detailed request for figures. But if you were to compare the number of law firms specialized in the Dutch bilateral investment treaty Dutch law firms that specialize in taking cases. 2, for example, the number of lawyers in Bolivia that would know about the Dutch bilateral investment treaty, or indeed the number of lawyers in Nepal or Indonesia or wherever. I'd like to get a sense of the equality of arms, that when they go to court, how likely is it that the country that's being sued actually has lawyers that can articulate their case?
I will be very brief on this. That's a very relevant and good remark, because there are many international discussions ongoing that recognize the one-sidedness and also the historical origins of the system coming from the period of colonization and decolonization. That the system is created and designed to favor the investors located in the West. And we can see that in the statistics. We can see what type of arbitrators, for example, are appointed. So who is handling these cases? Those are not coming from Bolivia. Those are the ones from the Netherlands, but more so from the United Kingdom or from the United States or from France or whatever. There is a huge gender bias also there. So it's mostly pale, male, and still. That's the characterization often being used to characterize these arbitrators. And we see that in the statistics of the outcomes of the cases. So there is a systemic bias, and this has been proven empirically by critical legal scholars, that the system is tilted in favor of the interests of investors from Western countries.
And I've got one last question, if not possible? Okay.
Out of time, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, for your evidence today. May I now call upon the clerk of this court to read out the charges in the third part of the charges in your handout. This is charge 3 that we will be reading now. Thank you.
This is indeed the third charge in your accusation and your fact sheet. That reads as follows. The State of the Netherlands is charged with committing crimes under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Crime and Crimes Act on the basis of 3 complaints filed before this court. The complainants, comrades past, present and future in Mongolia, that is the third claim, have made the following allegations against the State of the Netherlands. First, that the State of the Netherlands signed a bilateral investment treaty agreement with the State of Mongolia, fraudulently representing to the State of Mongolia that the treaty would bring benefits to the human and non-human residents of the Gobi Desert in Mongolia. Second, that the State of the Netherlands allowed Rio Tinto and Turquoise Hill Resources to use the bilateral trade agreement with Mongolia as legal cover to carry out mining activities that have disemboweled the earth-depleted water sources and made the Gobi Desert uninhabitable for its human and non-human residents. Third, that the State of the Netherlands colluded with the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank and engaged in lending practices that have left the State of Mongolia with a large national debt. 4, that by allowing legal persons to operate under the cover of the bilateral investment treaty, the State of the Netherlands allows legal persons to avoid paying taxes and benefits from the circulation of money within the Netherlands. And 5, that the State of the Netherlands permits legal persons to sue Bolivia, Peru, and Mongolia for failing to comply with the provisions of the bilateral investment treaty, and at the same time denies Bolivia, Peru, and Mongolia the authority to sue the legal persons or the State of the Netherlands for wrongdoings.
I now call upon the witness Sugrahel Durgesauran of the organization of Oyu Tolgoi Watch or OT Watch in Mongolia to present their evidence on behalf of comrades past, present and future in Mongolia. Thank you. here, watch a small video presentation followed by oral evidence. Thank you.
The Gobi Desert in the Gobi province of Mongolia houses mega-sized coal, copper, and other mineral extraction operations driven by foreign investors, including the Dutch government and its development bank FMO. The Dutch government is involved in mining here through many channels. As a shareholder of the World Bank Group and representing Mongolia on its board, the European banks EBRD, EIB. All of these together have made possible the largest public finance deal in the history of mining and metals industry for the Oyu Tolgoi project. This huge investment in mining operations, directly and indirectly, have been pushing Mongolia to create investor-friendly policy framework and commit to investment protection via bilateral treaties. The Dutch government enables mining companies such as Rio Tinto to avoid paying Mongolian tax. The Netherlands, as a tax haven, allowed the creation of the Oyu Tolgoi Netherlands BV, a mailbox company used to avoid taxes on income earned in Mongolia. The creation of investor-friendly policy frameworks started way back in 1995 with amendments to mining and foreign investment legislation. These historical landside images of Oyu Tolgoi, the investor-friendly policies, and the investment agreement developed by the World Bank-led foreign investors all looked benign in the beginning, with no hint of this project and mining sprawl turning into a mega ecocide and major political destabilizer in the country. With the international pressure, an investment agreement was developed for Oyu Tolgoi that required the amendment of the law on water to facilitate miners' exclusive access and use rights over self-discovered water resources, as stipulated in the Articles 6.13 and 6.14 of the investment agreement, essentially privatizing water resources and dispossessing the Mongolian people and robbing its ecosystem. Water is the scarcest life-sustaining resource in the desert, yet it is mined by Rio Tinto at 870 liters per second rate at no cost. The cost of water paid by Rio Tinto is tax-deductible. In addition to tax disputes, there is also dispute over water usage reporting and disclosure of full technical information. Extraction of free water in uncontrolled amounts in a desert ecology for the sake of mining and processing metals, especially washing coal, is ecocide and a criminal act against humanity. Financing coal mines, even indirectly, in this region should be treated as an aggravating circumstance in considering the punishment for such crimes. The construction of Gunihole underground pipeline with 28 pump stations that provide the so-called brackish water for Oyu Tolgoi cost the local nomads loss of a Saxhol forest, loss of shallow water aquifers and pastures, all resulting in loss of livelihood, the right to traditional nomadic lifestyle, pastoralist identity and culture for current herders and their future generations.
Oyu Tolgoi 28 хотог гарсан энэ хоёр цооног гүний. Тэгээ тэр гүний цооног хотог 28 хотог гарснаас болж одоо энэ ус маш их татварсан. Одоо манай энэ уудаг ус шавг гэдэг газар элбэг устай байсан. Одоо ер нь 50 тэмээ ханахгүй боллоо. Тэгээд үр хүүхдтэй одоо ер нь яаж амьдэрдэм бол доо л гэж бодох юм даа өшөөгөрч одоо нэмэтийн юм бол яах вэ? Тэгдэг юм одоо хэдийх л яах вэ?
Undai River, a vital ephemeral river, was diverted from flowing into the OT open pit, and its Borovo spring, which did not freeze in winter, was destroyed despite pastoralists' protests and complaints filed with the IFC's ombudsman in 2013. Gobi is rich with rare and endangered wildlife, historical and archaeological sites, but Rio Tinto claims that there was no baseline data available at the time they did the environmental and social impact assessment in 2012, 10 years after impacts from its operations were already seen. A painting depicting the destroyed Undai River was tracked down in the local museum.
Хуашаад орж исэн. Хойно хүнийх нь 94 оны зургийг таад байх юм бол.
Тий, одоо энэ дундангийн ууллаа л та. Өшөө юм сох юм хар бол байхгүй. Тэгэхээр дундангийн уул тэгээд одоо яг энэ Ундаан уулын одоо жишээлбэл оюутлогоо яг өмнөх нь хэсгээс авсан харуулсан зураг байхгүй.
Одоо энэ оюутлогоо тэр харагдаж байна баримтаа. Тэгээ оюутлогоос баруун урд талд нь торны баруун урд талд байж байгаа. Дөрвөн үйлрлийн туршид ингээд огт ширгэхгүй, хөлдөхгүй, өвөлжөнгөн ан амтэн, араатан жигүүртэн бүхэл таван хушуумал нь уудаг, зунжин намаржангаан отгын бүс нутаг хавар хамгийн эрт ногоо иддэг, хамгийн эрт одоо төл малан гаргаж боожуулдаг тийм л газар байсан юм л да. Тэгээ та нарт одоо энээс нь илүү гоё, энээс илүү сайхан үйлчлэлтэй ийм сайхан одоо булгийг бий болгож өгнө. Гэт ингээд биднийг одоо хуураад, дарга даамлыг хуураад, малчид ард иргэдийг хуураад ингэж худлаа ярьсаар байгаад одоо тэр өөрчилсөн байгаа нь одоо нэг төрбайгаар гарч байгаа нэг ердөө нэг жоохон тийм ус.
Тэгээд одоо ингээд 2021 он болцоод байдаг. Гэтэл нөгөө сайхан зураг, сайхан видео бичлэг одоо огт байхгүй. Энэ зүгээр ердөө нэг карантаар гарч байгаа ус энийг бол бид нар хүлээн зөвшөөрөхгүй. Хэзээч Боровогийн булаг гэж ийм юм байдгүй, ийм юм байгаагүй. Хуучин байсан тэр л булгаан бид нар нэхнэ. Энэ хашааныхаа дөрвөн талд одоо тэр хуучин Боровогийн булаг тэр үзүүлж байсан зураг видео бичлэгэнтэй яг таарсан тийм одоо дөрвөн булаг бий болгож өгөхийг л нэхэж байгаа юм.
Оюутлогын сөрөг нөлөөллөөр усгүй, бэлчээргүй болж уламжлалт нүүдэлчин ахуй соёлын алдах аюул нөлөөлөхөд 2012, 13 онуудад олон улсын санхүүгийн корпорацийн эрх зүйн хяналт нийслэл зөвлөгөө омбудсманы газар онцлог гаргасан. Бүтэн 5 жил хэлцэл хийсний үр дүнд гидрологийн судалгаанд үндэслэн баталгаатай усны их үүсвэр гаргаж өгч бэлчээрийг баталгаажуулах болон бусад асуудлуудыг барагдуулах давхарцсан тоогоор дөрвөн бүлэг 210 зүйл заалт бүхий гэрээ 2017 онд байгуулсан. Гэтэл даалгаврын бүтээн байгуулалтанд шаардлагатай гэх 6 тэрбум доллар Нидерланд улсад бүртгэлтэй оюутлогын Нидерланд компаниар дамжуулан авчихсан учраас өнөө хүртэл энэхүү малчдын гомдол барагдуулах гэрээний зүйл заалтууд хэрэгжүүлээгүй байна. Ингэхдээ хамбогд сумын малчдын гомдол барагдаагүй байгааг үүгээр нотолж байгаамаа.
In addition to destructive diversion of Undai River, failure to replace the ecological services of the Borovo Spring, and the depletion of shallow aquifers in Guniholoi region, OT LLC is said to have distributed leaflets describing benefits of the Orkhon Gobi project that will transfer Orkhon waters to OT, TT, and other users in the south.
Rio Tinto documents state that from 2017 onwards, Oyu Tolgoi will face water shortages. But the transfer of water from the Orkhon River through the Orkhon Gobi project is out of the question due to its impact as well as its cost. What is your plan B for the water for the mine? Is it in fact the Orkhon Gobi project?
Thanks very much for that question. And the short answer is no. I mean, Oyu Tolgoi actually uses water which is from a large, deep, brackish aquifer which was discovered by our geologists as part of the project. It doesn't use surface water for its operations, and this brackish aquifer is not potable, but it is appropriate. We can use it within our processes, but we certainly have no need of that water because we have adequate licensed supply from our own aquifer.
While Rio Tinto claims to have enough of their own self-discovered water, the Orkhon Gobi water transfer project is still on the agenda of financiers of infrastructure to support more mining in the Gobi. A bird's view filming shows the magnitude of mining impact on the landscape, the destruction of pastures caused by mining infrastructure. This is nowhere close to the pasture degradation by livestock that is claimed to be the factor of causing climate change in Mongolia, a statement always found in the reports of development donors and multilateral banks, which at the same time avoid mentioning impact of mining, especially mega mines, on climate change. This long line of 100-tonnage trucks on the coal road is a normal condition for coal truckers who for many days and sometimes months live in their truck waiting for China to let them in. Most coal roads are not paved, adding to soil destruction and thus to desertification and climate change in this arid climate. Downplaying mining impact on climate change and seeking to confine pastoralists by changing nomadic land use practices is yet another crime against climate. Mongolia's climate and desertification statistics are staggering. Desert moves up northward at a speed of 5 kilometers per year, resulting in 76% of total land affected by desertification. Temperature warming has already reached 2.2 Celsius, and there is no longer a year without droughts in mining-affected regions. Foreign investment-driven destruction of pasture and water resources by extraction, processing, and transport of minerals will increase with the new post-COVID economic recovery law, which will restore voided mining licenses and double the licenses for high-end hunting of rare species of wildlife. Once a sea bottom, the Hermintsav Canyon is a tourist attraction of uninhabitable today, but may become a landscape of ordinary in this region soon.
Тэгээ ер нь бол хэд олон уул уурхай болсноос нөлөөлдөг юм уу? Бороо хорвол энэ эрс багтаж байна. Тэгээд одоо бороо орох дээр үйл буудаж байна. Тэгээ бороо орохоо байчиж байна. Энэ одоо ямар учрээд үг нь зарим газар бол үйл буудаа бороо орж байна л гэдэг гурван тустал ордог юм. 10 хэдэн жил бол 10 гаруй жил бол уус ер нь эрс ховордож байгаа. Болог шамт ширгхэн ширгэж байна. Удгийн ус ховордож байна. Тэгээ ер нь амтны тоо толгой цөөрч байна. Дооснасаа болж байна уу, ганц уднаасаа болж байна уу гэх юм. Аль алнаас нь болдог баг.
When well fed and hydrated, a camel can go without water or food, sometimes for weeks. The humps on a camel's back are fatty deposits that act as a source of nutrition and should be fully upright in September. These camels, unfortunately, have not had enough food and water.
Ер нь харамсаж байгаа юм одоо үгээр хэлэх аргагүй харамсдаг юм да. Азад дэлхийд ховордож байгаа хоёр хүүхэд тэмээний одоо гол нутаг. Тэр нутаг маань одоо ер нь тэр авиг л ухацхыг бол одоо тэгэл тэмээвэлчих нутаггүй боллоо. 5 дугаар багийн хувьд бол одоо бүр ерөөсөө тэмээ ямар ч өөр газар байхгүй. Ганц одоо тэмээний вэлчээр байгаа л тэр. Бүхэл бүтэн нэг баригад юм бол багтаад байдаг тийм өргөн том гол байсан шүү дээ. Тэгэл одоо ингээд ийм л царайтай газар нутаг болсон байна да. Тэгээ одоо ийм газаргүй болж хаад одоо энэ гол тараас гээд бас нэг уурхай нэмэгдэж байна. Дээр нь одоо энэ Евраад гээд бас уурхай ирээд одоо ийм уурхайнууд нэмж явах гэж байгаа одоо малцад бид нар бол одоо энэ сум орон нутаг тэр зэгээр одоо маш их эсэргүүцэж байгаа, дургүйцэж байгаа.
За 2001 оноос эхлээд манай энд бол маш олон уул уурхайн компани бий болсон 2001 оноос. Тэгээ уул уурхайн олон компани бий болсны улмаас одоо бидний ажил амьдрал эрүүл аюулгүй орчинд амьдрах орчин нөхцөл одоо хуучнаас дордож одоо уламжилт нүүдлийн мал аж ахуй хавчигдж байгаа учраас энэ төлөө явахар болсон. 2017 онд бол тэ бидний үйл ажиллагааг одоо иргэд бидний юу яагаад гол транс гэдэг энэ юу нүүрсний уурхай бол манайд одоо ямар ч зөвшөөрөл наривчлсан үлгээгүйгээр орж ирсэн. Тэгээ бид нар энийг бол одоо 2010 оноос явсаар аваад одоо 2019 онд бол улсын цэцгийн хамгаалтанд авч тэр гол транс гэдэг байгууллагын үйл ажиллагааг төр зогсоосон. Нутгийн иргэдийн саналааруудад би өмгөөлөгч авч юу шүүх хуралд явсан. За тэр шүүх хуралд бол өмгөөлөгчгүйгээр бид нар нутгийн иргэд бид нар бол ямар ч үндэслэл байгаагүй. За өмгөөлөгч авсан чи 20 сая төгрөг гэсэн. Тэгээ нутгийн иргэд дэмжиж маш их ханд өгсөлтөө Гэвч тэр нь хөрөлцөхгүй байсан учраас одоо би өөрийнхөө тэтгэврийг зээж аваад ингээд юунд шүүх хуралд явсан. Тэгээ Улаанбаатар хотод шүүх хуралд би нийтдээ 38 удаа явсан байдیں۔ Одоо тэр Кол Транс шүүх хуралд. Бас нутгийн иргэд бид нэр 5 удаа хөвлийн баг хурал хийсэн байдیں Улаанбаатар хотод. Тэгээд сүүлдээ шүүх бол ер нь шатны байгууллагууд бол тийм ээ дандаа хуурамч үнэлгээгээр нутгийн иргэд бид нэрийг хуурч юу яадаг. Шүүгч гэсэн дандаа тэр мөнгөтэй одоо тэр уул уурхайн компанид ажилладаг нь бол би энэ олон шатны байгууллагаар явж одоо мэдэрсэн юм байна. Тэгээд эцэст нь бол тий олон нийтийн хөдөлгөөн одоо юугаар л юу яасан бид нар одоо эрүүл хамгаалах сан төрийн бас байгууллага, оюутлогын хяналт төрийн бас байгууллага, одоо иргэний нийгмийн байгууллагууд болон иргэд хамтарч үж энэ үйл ажиллагааг одоо зогсоогоод байгаа.
Тэгээ нэмжил одоо битгөө уурхай гаргасаа нутаг ус маань байхгүй болох нь одоо тэгээд байхгүй болох хажуугаар чинь хүний эрх гэдэг юм дэндүү их зөрчигдөөд төр төсн нутгаа хүртэл одоо хамгаалах эрхгүй болж байна. Энэ маш их харамсалтай байна. Тэгэхээр нэмжил уурхай битгээ гаргасаа л гэж их хүсэх байна да.
Do you hear me now? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of affected communities from the Gobi region. I would just like to add a few details on Mongolia. Mongolia is a huge land at 3 times of France with small 3 million population. 2/3 of its land is desert, semi-desert, with huge spaces of uninhabitable space. It's 6 months cold. It's very arid, sensitive ecology, and therefore nomadism is a necessity. It's not a habit. And we have been brought up to protect the land, to not disturb a stone from its place, because every stone has a role in protecting the soil from erosion. And in this land, we have the Oyu Tolgoi. Unfortunately, it's a mineral-rich place. Oyu Tolgoi is Mongolia's flagship gold, copper, and silver mine. It is ultimately owned by Rio Tinto through an ownership structure consisting of multiple subsidiaries registered in tax havens. The Netherlands is the largest FDI source listed on Mongol Bank, on central bank's books. The $6 billion investment was created to use a tax havens to avoid taxes to pay taxes in Mongolia. I apologize. I sent my PowerPoint presentation too late, and therefore it's difficult for you to understand what I'm saying without seeing the schemes. Netherlands is involved in mining in the Gobi Desert through many channels. As a founding and contributing member of EBRD, EIB, and IBRD, an active member in the governing bodies, the Netherlands sets the development policies for recipient countries. Mongolia, ED in the World Bank, a banking sector lending through FMO, ING. Through the EBRD lending, Netherlands is also investor in the MIC MAC copper gold project and Altay Khudur. All of these are located in the Gobi Desert. For Global North, the World Bank Group is the policy setter in developing countries. Mongolia EDs in the World Bank are usually from countries with interest in Mongolia, such as Australia, New Zealand, Netherlands, always a Western or from a northern country. A global north also dictates the trajectory of development in Mongolia, and it has been doing this since 1991. More detail can be found in our joint report, SOMO, Mining Taxes and Undermining Mongolia. One quote by Mr. Wilcock, World Bank Executive Director for Mongolia, who, when the testimony of Oyu Tolgoi impacts on nomadic herders, he said, "One cannot have an omelet without breaking some eggs." So local communities are just some eggs in the omelet that the North is making. COVID is adding to the impacts. Mongolia is discussing a new law on post-COVID economic recovery. And this law has a clause that derogates Mongolia's responsibility and commitments under all UN conventions, including on climate, biodiversity, and human rights. And the law has very clear World Bank language. The only two laws that Mongolia does not derogate from is the law on budget stability and the law on combating terrorist financing and anti-money laundering. Those are the two laws, the World Bank laws, IMF laws, that Mongolia is not derogating from under this. And I'd like to end with one comment or one witness statement that the 75-kilometer Guni-Holoi road and high voltage power line water infrastructure, copper concentrate road and supply roads, a land from the underground mine, size of almost a Manhattan Island size land, will subside and will become uninhabitable. And the herder said that the Netherlands should commit to receive migrants from Mongolia. Thank you for your attention. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Judges Sharon Wen, Rasigan Maharaj, Nicholas Hildyard, do you have any questions or clarifications that you need from the witness now?
I don't know where, which way where do I look? Just talk? Yeah. Okay. In my language, I'm just going to say, hi, speaks ASCII. It's very hard to hear what is happening to your land, but more importantly, what's happening to all the things that live on that land, including the rocks that you're referring to at the beginning of this presentation, that I think people don't understand. When you come from a traditional territory and you live with the land And when the land is being destroyed like that, how hard it is for everything, including all the living species. And seeing those pictures of the camels and other animals trying to get access to water, and that guy from Rio Tinto saying that they were, quote unquote, having water from their aquifer, which was really, I think, kind of a disgusting thing to say. But you talk about immigrating, but what happens to all of the other creation that's there? They'll die if you leave them. The animals, the sheep, the camels, all that stuff will disappear also. The land will be, everything will be denuded if that's what happens. Is that the concern of your people? We're talking about,
yes, of course,
intergenerational climate crimes, because once the intergenerations are gone, there is nothing there.
Yes. In fact, the young herders are very worried about the future because with no water in the pastures, they are not able to start herding. And education that is provided to them, and skills and jobs that the mining companies provide is not what they want. But they have to take those jobs in order to survive. But eventually, many young people are leaving herding, leaving the area because they don't see future in that land.
Yes, because they're breaking the connection with the past and leaving no future. So this is what's been forced on them. I understand that. But I think that people who don't live on the land like you do or I do don't see that connection, and they think that if they have a Western kind of job, what I call Western kind of job, that it's okay, that it covers off all the things that they're doing to the creation. But that doesn't answer the responsibility that you have to that area. And that's what I think I heard in the video of the people talking, was that the pain of that loss is so great. And what's happening, they're not listening to them. But they're trying to tell them they're not listening to them. And people are not hearing what they're saying. So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's what I heard when I listened to you talking. So thank you very much.
Yes, I might just add that the Western civilization rules are being brought in to a nomadic setting whereby they are land titling. Nomads live in 2-3 families living together, working together, but land title is given to only one family. And the rest, when mining comes in and then there is resettlement and compensation, then only the one land title holder gets the compensation and resettlement support. So bringing in with rules and laws from settled civilization into a nomadic setting is another crime.
Is there any other question? Yes?
Also, thank you very much for the presentations. I was struck particularly by a statement made earlier where mention was made of an animation, some type of simulation of what benefits would flow from what you're calling as a development. And mention was also made of impact assessments that were done. So a question for me is about the quality of this knowledge that's being used. If it's a simulation, on what basis, what is the history that allows you to say this future is going to be possible? Is there a local knowledge base that informs these assessments? Or is it all coming from the global north in these projections itself? I hope I've been clear in the question. It's about the knowledge systems itself.
I think, not sure I understand the question, but I will start with, this is a continuation of my statement before that rules and legislation and policies from a civilized, settled civilization from the north are not applicable in the nomadic setting, where the climate, where the desert and semi-desert conditions dictate the use of land and its resources, the most sustainable use of land and its resources. And the impact assessments are carried out by Western standards or procedures, and they do not read or incorporate the customary traditions, and customary laws are not recognized by the set of new laws that Mongolia has, that have been put in place by settled civilization impact or impact this.
Thank you very much for that clarity.
Are there any questions from the judges? You're all right? Okay. Please do, yeah.
Do you think it would be useful to have a recommendation that any quote-unquote Western company coming into your territory has to use your environmental standards, the herders, the people that use the land, as part of that evaluation, that it be written into the contract?
It would be useful to have a recommendation like that. It will be useful to have a recommendation for Western companies to recognize that nomadic herders in Mongolia are indigenous peoples and should be protected under the Indigenous Peoples Declaration, and the free, prior, informed consent should be used when negotiating any activity on their land.
If I may put a question to you, and I want to thank you for your evidence and for the work that you have put into this hearing. You mentioned in the end that there are a lot of young people who now are either forced to or want to move out of traditional occupations and come to urban areas or migrate to countries like the Netherlands and so on. And what do you think should be done or ought to be done to stop that process and to make sure that young people continue to protect the land and protect the people and the ecosystems there and the non-human life forms that exist there? If we are to protect that, what do we do with the young people who don't see any other hope for them in Mongolia itself?
It's most likely people would recommend to create jobs, develop other sectors that are job intensive rather than mining. But unfortunately, today, the West and the World Bank and its development institutions are continuing the old development model. They are not giving up on neoliberal capitalism. They want to get the state, Mongolia state, out of the economy, especially from the extractive sector. They're moving very speedily into extracting other natural resources, including biodiversity. And without reducing consumption globally, without changing the global markets model, we won't be able to save the young generation's jobs and what they want to do and the lifestyles they want to have. It is very unsustainable for me in Mongolia, in the coldest of countries, to have a fresh banana every day. How much does that cost to local communities that lose land? How much does it cost to transport it to me? How much people are losing in terms of roads or greenhouse gases? So in order for us to talk about saving local communities from impact from such mega mines or any mega development projects, we need to talk about consumption, our own consumption, for future generations.
Thank you. I will now open up questions for the members of the public jury here, sitting here. But I am informed that Rodanta Alhers wants to make a contribution. Rodanta, are you here?
Yeah, I just, as a witness and having worked with the contribution I'd like to make is that this is possible because countries like the Netherlands facilitate this. They facilitate tax avoidance, they facilitate the creation of companies where companies like Rio Tinto that are destroying a landscape and communities can conduit their money through and make profits that are not going back to these communities. So these communities are not only losing their resources, they're also being looted of their future. And I think we cannot see this as just a Mongolian issue or a Dutch issue, but as a global system that enables and promotes this, and that should be stopped. That's all.
Is there anyone else from the public jury present here that has a question or needs a clarification or would like to ask the witness something? Anyone? Okay, shall we just take that? You have to, in the end, assess the evidence and come to a conclusion. So if you do have questions or if you're not very clear about something, now will be the time to ask them. Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned you had a quote about the eggs and the omelette, and that was a local governor, right?
The person who said that in order to have an omelette you have to break some eggs is the World Bank executive director representing Mongolia.
Then my question would
an Australian. Yes.
Then my question would be what the local governance or like the people who are actually representing the native population think about this, or how they are represented in these like treaties or making of the treaties.
No, people are not asked about their opinion when bilateral treaties are made.
Okay. So there's no like governmental official representation of like this region.
In the case of Oyu Tolgoi, the investment agreement was negotiated. It took 6 years. Force approved it. The agreement was approved when there were 9 people on hunger strike protesting against it. Those people were put in hospital for forced care, and the agreement was signed. Civil society fought against it for 6 years. Local community members were only promised paradise.
Thank you for your presentation. In the video, we see one activist who explains that after 9 years of proceedings, they managed to stop the project temporarily, at least. I would like to know, what is your assessment of the possibility of using legal means available in Mongolia to civil society groups like you to stop the mining activities?
As mentioned clearly by the activists, that it took long 9 years to temporarily halt the license, and that the judiciary is not fair and corrupt. And it's very difficult for us to use the local national judicial system to stop mining, to stop unfair practices.
And what about the political? Sorry? Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry. The government is pro-mining.
So that was my follow-up question.
68% of parliament members have mining companies or have an interest in mining operations.
And then what about the possibility for political change?
Every time Mongolian government started negotiations to change the Oyu Tolgoi investment agreement or improve the minerals law, foreign investment law, the government falls. The current government is the only government that has completed its 4 years of term. All other governments fell before 2 years. And the government listens to the World Bank, development banks, IMF, American Chamber of Commerce, Euro Chamber of Commerce, and Mongolian Business Council is led by the current Oyu Tolgoi CEO. So you can imagine the situation of the politics and the will or lack of will to be responsible.
Thank you so much. I was hoping you could tell us a bit more about the painting that we see in the video. This is under subtitles Testimony Number 2, and it's the painting that was dated to 1994. I take it that the painting is meant to establish the existence of a mountain that has been mined. And I'm interested in how that painting and other forms of artistic representation serve as evidence of a cultural memory that's otherwise hard to establish. Can you speak a little bit more to how forms of representation are used to remember a landscape? I'll leave it there.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yes, that is the Onday River Valley, which had a Borovo spring, a very important ecological service that didn't freeze in the winter and was there to support all living in the area. That was the place where nomadic livestock herders and wildlife respected each other's right to water. And that whole area was destroyed. And the painting is the only memory that tells us about what it looked like before it was mined. Right after that section, you should have seen the mined area, Oyu Tolgoi. Oyu Tolgoi sits right on that reserve land. The best pasture with 12 months water available is the best pasture that people and wildlife depended on. And that's been mined. And the only thing that we found was that painting. Unfortunately, now local people realize, and thanks to phones with photo cameras, that they are taking pictures to make sure that, they have a memory of something that will be lost soon.
Mm-hmm. Did you want to say something? Yeah.
I have a further question. 68% of the government in Mongolia has some kind of shares with some mining companies or attachments to mining companies. Is that the number you said, 68? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what is their 50-year projection when there's no more water in Mongolia? What are they going to drink? Have they thought about that, or are they just thinking about their mining stocks? Just a question.
Sounds like they're thinking about making money today rather than worrying about times where then They will not exist. There are many reports also commissioned by the World Bank, which tell us that in Ulaanbaatar, in the capital city, and in the Gobi, we will soon be running out of water. And the United States Millennium Challenge account is providing some assistance in water recycling, water processing, grey water infrastructure. But that's not going to be available down in the Gobi. Rio Tinto claims that using new, drier tailings technologies is just too expensive.
So they don't really have any constructive plans. When the water is gone, it's gone.
In terms of Rio Tinto and its financiers, they don't care. EBRD once made a statement saying that they'll be out of Oyu Tolgoi a year before their involvement in the water damages can be traced or they can be held accountable.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your very moving evidence. I just got two very quick questions of clarification, actually. One is the World Bank representative from Mongolia who talked about omelets and eggs. Was he actually Mongolian, or is Mongolia represented through another country at the World Bank?
Mongolia is always represented by a Western country, and in most cases represented by countries that have mining interests in Mongolia. Repeatedly, a executive director representing Mongolia was from Australia, I think once from Netherlands in recent years, I'm talking about more recent years, and from Netherlands. And from New Zealand.
Thank you very much. Please.
Alternate directors, maybe from other countries, alternate directors. Current alternate director is a South Korean.
And just another quick clarification. You gave a lot of evidence about the theft of water, the expropriation of water. What happens to the water once it's been used in the mining process? Where does it go? How toxic is it?
Mining water goes into the tailings storage facility, and in the landside part of the film video, the big square blue things, that's the where the water that is used goes. Rio Tinto claims that it recovers 85% of water that's been used in processing, but there is no proof, there is no scientific evidence. The evidence that we see on the ground speaks of contrary. They had requested additional land to build storage facilities. 50% more than they had planned earlier, which means that they're not recovering even the 64% that they promised in the early stages in the feasibilities.
Do they use cyanide in the process of getting out the gold? I mean, is the water contaminated?
They don't use cyanide, but they use what is called reagent, a chemical solution. What is in the reagent is not publicly disclosed, but the water is contaminated with different chemicals.
Any questions for the anyone? Oh yeah, okay.
So wait for her to come back. Hi, I was wondering if you have any accounts of water protectors, environmental defenders, or justice organizers like yourself who are being threatened, persecuted, repressed, or exiled because of the actions of Rio Tinto or its local associates or the Mongolian state that you would like to share as to this court, and whether we could hold the Dutch state responsible for these actions and their consequences. Thank you.
Retaliation, various forms of retaliation for criticizing were used and are used by the company. They are used less obviously in the case of activists such as myself, who are recognized and more visible. But those at the local communities, very, very difficult to track, very difficult to have full information about what is happening and the forms of harassment and retaliation that the company uses. But definitely, when you complain about something, you are the last to receive compensation or smallest compensation. There are physical attacks in recent times have not been registered. But legal actions against whistleblowers and employees in the company are used. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for your contributions today and for the testimony that you have provided us. And I'm sure the judges and the jury here have learnt a lot about your country. I will now call upon the defendants, Thomas Justinus Arnott Marie de Bruijn, on behalf of Dutch Ministry of Foreign Trade and Development and Cooperation, to please come and give evidence if in your defense. If there is anyone else on behalf of the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation who is present and wishes to say something in their defense, please step forward. Anyone for the defense, anyone from the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation, please come forward. May I call upon Stephanus Abraham Blok of the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate if you wish to present something in your defense, or if you wish to put questions to the witness here, please present yourself. Any representative from the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate, please. If there is no one, we will proceed, and I will now call upon the clerk of the court to conclude this session.
Thank you. In the absence of the defense, the court will be in recess for 20 minutes and reconvene at 3:05. We reconvene at 3:05.
Oh, yeah. Af en toe een beetje zo tegen hier tegen. Ja, en Maisha gaat
ja.
Hij zou ook een review van de ik zag hem op de Brussel. Ik zag hem op de site. Ja. Ik heb hem nog niet gelezen. Nou ja. Oké. Hey, Kees. Nee, jongen. Ja. Gedaan, hè? From the Institute of Natural Culture. Yes. Very well. Sometimes the sound is difficult, but you can hear it. It works okay. Maybe the sound needs a bit of time. But I think it was the first session, so it doesn't really matter. Yes, they're working. Yeah, but also with the central mic. Ja, kom maar. Dit is een van de laatste mooie dagen. Ja.
Orange suit, like I know that person, you know. What happens, I can like it bounce and stuff. But I won't think that the thing is that I won't have it once and
Any other notes?
No, I think that, well, this one's on.
Okay. Bachman.
Oh, God, yeah. Yes, talking.
The court is now back in session. Chairing Judge Radha de Souza, Judges Sharon H. Ven, Razikhan Maharaj and Nicolas Hildyard are presiding. There was a request from members of the public jury with regards to the way that the defendants, in this case the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation and the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate, have been informed. They have received summons a few weeks ago, and these letters were received from both ministries confirming that the summons had been received. So the defendants have been called upon and have acknowledged the reception of their summons.
Welcome back to everyone. I now call upon the clerk of this court to read the first charge in your handout. The first charge, please. And yes, that's it.
First charge reads as following: the State of the Netherlands is charged with committing crimes under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act on the basis of 3 complainants filed before this court. The complainants, comrades past, present and future in Bolivia, have made the following allegations against the State of the Netherlands. First, that the State of the Netherlands abused its authority to make laws for the benefit of human and non-human inhabitants of the Netherlands by using those powers to recognize corporations as legal persons, issuing malicious fiats that such artificial legal persons are endowed with human attributes, and enabling, aiding and abetting such artificial legal persons to impersonate natural Dutch persons. Second, that the State of the Netherlands used the artificial legal persons established and recognized by it to violate the sovereignty of weakened states and communities around the world and to expropriate lands, waters, forests, labors around the world with the aims of profiting from revenues, taxes, goods, commodities and other direct and indirect benefits accruing from the expropriation. Third, that the State of the Netherlands created bilateral investment treaty as the legal framework for the benefit of corporations in the Netherlands, Europe and around the world to enable artificial legal persons to expropriate land, water, forests, labors from humans and non-humans around the world. Fourth, that pursuant to the framework, the State of the Netherlands signed a bilateral investment treaty with Bolivia in 1992, fraudulently representing the State of Bolivia to the State of Bolivia that the treaty would bring benefits to the humans and non-humans living in the Cochabamba region of Bolivia. And 5, that the state of the Netherlands was aware that an American artificial legal person named the Bechtel Corporation had expropriated the water sources and supplies, depriving the humans and non-humans of Cochabamba region of drinking water, and that it knowingly allowed the American national Bechtel Corporation to migrate to the Netherlands under the cover of the bilateral investment treaty to help the legal person to escape responsibility to Bolivia and the human and non-human residents of Cochabamba.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon the witness Marcela Oliveira to present her evidence on behalf of the people and comrades past, present and future of Bolivia, and on behalf of the organization Blue Planet Project in Bolivia. This witness will be sharing evidentiary material in the form of slides during her testimony. Marcela Oliveira, your evidence, please.
Good afternoon and good morning for us here in the south of the world. I want to thank all of you for giving me a voice. Because our voice was silenced when this happened almost 20 years ago. I want to start remembering or telling the story a little bit about how this started. Can we pass to the next slide, please? Remembering what happened in 2000, then some background about what happened afterwards, because many people knows the first part of our struggle for water in Bolivia, but not so many know that there was a second battle for water. So we're gonna go over a little bit more in detail. Some of the things that I put it on the slides were already presented in a, I guess, more articulated way earlier this morning. Anyway, we're gonna be going over that. So can we pass to the next slide, please? In September 1999 in Bolivia, there was a concession of our municipal water system. It was signed under a contract in a celebration on that time. In 1999, our president was Hugo Banzer Suarez. He was a former dictator, and he was trying to pass to the history as a Democrat. So he's one of the people that we see on the picture. Then it's the mayor on that time that it's still our mayor today, because it seems like sometimes we don't have memory and we go back to the same people. And then the ministers on that time. When this concession was signed, our president on that time said, I am used to hear that kind of music when he heard people protesting outside of the city hall. Next, please. And then on something that we knew it was going to happen, there was a lot of resistance to this concession of the water system. We are the third largest city. On that time, we were the third largest city in Bolivia. But this concession didn't come alone. It came also with a legislation of water. And this legislation basically said many things, but basically one of the things that said is that all the water from wells, from native land, or that were on that time managed by organized communities suddenly didn't belong to them anymore, and it belonged to the state, and the state will have to give concession over water. So there were two aspects here. First, the concession of our municipal water system, but also this law or legal framework that created or opened the possibility for commodify the water. So in January in 2000, there were the first mobilizations against both things, with blockades in the city and around the city and the highways, but also with protests in the streets. Next slide, please. In February, these protests were more violent. The government brought police from other parts of the country, and for 2 days we had a battle on the streets of Cochabamba. That we, on the 5th of February, the government didn't think that was going to happen. Was forced to sign an agreement with the people, and that agreement said that they were going to review this legislation, that they were going to froze the water bills, because as soon as this private consortium took over our water systems, our water system, the bills rose up in some cases to 100%. So with this agreement, the government said, okay, that increase is not gonna happen. We're gonna review the legislation, and commissions were created from the side of the government and also on the side of the people to go over those things. Next, please. But nothing was really, it was just a strategy from the government because nothing really happened. They were just trying to buy some time. And on April, it happened for over a week. There were even bigger protests in the city. You can see on the pictures, many people mobilized on that time. We call this the last battle, La Batalla Final in Spanish. This was very violent this time. The government declared state of siege. And after many wounded people on the streets, even some deaths, the government finally canceled the contract with this consortium. Next, please. So this consortium that took over our water system was called Aguas del Tunari, or Tunari Waters, and we will see in detail how it was made of. Next, please. So what was for us Aguas del Tunari? It was very hard to find all this information because it was all secret, and nothing was. The government was very was holding these things very tight, and it was very, very hard for people to gather the information. But we discovered that Aguas del Tunari actually was this big company in the United States called Bechtel, and then it was Edison in Italy, and they created this shelter called International Water Holding that was registered in Holland. I guess they opened they had an PO box there, but then they had also a bank account at ING. And then there were these other smaller shareholders like Abengoa in Spain that still works with water issues. And then there were some Bolivian elite also that hold the 20%. Anyway, this was the composition of this consortium, but we didn't stay with this information, and we tried to look more closely into who they were. So next, please. So we discovered that Bechtel, on that time, the name was not very familiar for us, was also a big economic power. It was a family business. They were in many, many, many industries. It was huge. Next, please. They had ties with former presidents. They had many of the executives were former or were working for the government in the past. Next, please. Some of them were officials, as I said before. Many of them were working on energy issues too. Next, please. And this is a phrase that always stayed with us. When these guys come into our countries to take over a basic service like water, they talk in these terms there. They do not come to provide a service for us. They come here, they come to our countries to make money. Next, please. So after, Bechtel left in 2000, they came back in 2001 and they sue our government. The information that we had on that time, it was that they were suing us for $25 million in compensation for the cancellation of the contract. But later we found out through a spokesperson from the government that it was actually $50 million. It wasn't just $25 million. So you can have an idea that how these corporations and allied in alliance with our governments also do not give all the information to the people. Next, please. So which right they were asking for this money? And it's, as somebody talked before, earlier in the morning, it's under those free trade agreements that are trying to protect foreign investments. Next, please. So the mother of all of these protections is the World Trade Organization that does all these things. I don't think I need to go over each one of them. I think we all are very familiar with how these international organizations work. Next, please. How they also come, what are their strategies, what are their tools. Next, please. And one thing that really shocked to us on that time is that they were not, when Bechtel was suing Bolivia, they were not suing us for what they invest here, because they stay so little. They were just a few months here, and what they invested was so little that so they were suing us for the loss of future profits, which we couldn't believe that some legislation even existed related to this. How can somebody sue people for something that they were projecting to earn? That's something that is still today, it strikes us very hard. How can people create legal frameworks that work that way, right? Next, please. So this, again, I won't go too much in detail on this. This morning was very illustrative in a way. Those things are, there are some names that have come the whole morning and all the time, like the World Bank, the ICSID, and the IMF. So these are also some things that these international institutions do in our countries. You know, they tell us how to regulate things. They create these legal frameworks, and they, you know, make us sign or make our government sign these treaties. Next, please. So this is, you know, a comparison that we did on that time. We're talking about 2001, about how big Bechtel was and how big Bolivia was in relationship to them. You can see that they practically double size our economy. And so $25 million for us was really nothing. Next, please. So that's the numbers for Bechtel. It's what they probably, $25 million. It was probably something that they earned on a half day. But for us, it was 3,000, this salary for 3,000 doctors for a year, 1,200 teachers, and also 125 new water connections that could have been created in Cochabamba. Next, please. So who were the actors on that time? For us, this is very clear. The demand was $25 million under what instrument? Those bilateral investment treaties, one that we signed it with Holland in 1992, and who were involved with Bechtel, who was protecting the government of Holland, who was the defendant, the government of Bolivia, and where this was going to be decided, and it was the World Bank and the ICSID. And the World Bank, the same institution that pushed for water privatization in Bolivia, was going to be deciding this case in one of these secret courts called ICSID. And who were left out of this? Us, the Bolivian people. Next, please. So this is a little bit more in detail who was going to pay for this sue, and it was going to be really us. The ones that didn't sign anything, we were going to pay for this sue. Next, please. So what did we do? You know, as I told you before, the first part of this battle for water was very well known in the world, but nobody was really paying attention to what was going on after 2000. So we started a campaign, a local campaign, but also international campaign, and all these slides are related to that campaign on that time. We clearly identify who is who here, and you know, who were they, who we were, and what did we want. Next, please. So on this campaign, we demanded many things. First, we said we were not going to pay even $1 to Bechtel, and we were demanding from the Dutch government to not protect Bechtel because they were not even a company, a Dutch company. It was a U.S., mainly a U.S. corporation. We also demanded the World Bank and their court participation on that court, because on that time we learned that only 3 people were going to decide our case there, and how that's possible. You know, only 3 people deciding the fate of almost 10 million people in Bolivia. We sent several letters to the World Bank demanding them to hear us, demanding them to come to Bolivia and hear firsthand from the people what the privatization meant to us and what the company did to us and what our government did to us. And we ask from the Bolivian government transparency and to take a position of self-defense, because they were ready to sign a settlement and give all that money to this corporation. Next, please. When we saw that this was not working, that they were not even responding to us, we said, okay, so if those legal and rulers of the world are not responding us, we're gonna do it like we did it before. We are gonna do it on the streets. And we started a campaign that lasted several years. We went in Washington to the house of the president of the consortium at that time, and we started to give flyers to his neighborhoods, to his neighbors. We started to tell them who was living in the house. We had the same respond in places that we were seriously didn't know that they were acting in solidarity to us. Next, please. In San Francisco, that was the headquarters of ECTEL. We had all the time marches and mobilizations from people there, which it was very, I think, very important because it was their home. Next, please. And other, I guess, for us, very key place was where the mobilizations that were made in Holland. That also had an impact on the case. I want to say that if we wouldn't have had that type of solidarity, and as I said, this was a battle that lasted several years, we probably wouldn't have said in 2006 that our government finally settled for this sue, and they settled for 30 cents the share, which made a total of $400 to be paid to the corporation, which it was for us was a victory. We said not even a penny, but we only had to pay $400, which was the cost of probably a used card, a second-hand card on that time here in Bolivia. And that's what the corporation got. And they didn't want to fight anymore with us. They didn't want to create more noise on that because they were completely scared and they were afraid of all the bad publicity that this case created. And for us, again, this was very important because we couldn't win on the right way, right? We couldn't win on the courts that they created, but we won again this battle, this other battle on the streets again. It was thanks to the organized people, thanks to the solidarity of people abroad and mobilized people here in Bolivia that we could win this case. I want to finish, if we go to the next slide. I will finish, I would like to finish my presentation reading a phrase that we put out on January, and during the mobilizations in January, that I think they resume our battle there. The statement says, the Bolivian government will rather respond to the directives of the World Bank than take into account what the people themselves consider to be their needs. The heart of the problem is this: who decides about the present and the future of the people, resources, work, and living conditions? We, in relationship to water, want to decide for ourselves. This is what we call democracy. Thank you very much.
The judges, Sharon Ben, Rasigan Maharaj, Nicholas Heldiar, do you have any questions for Marcela Oliveira?
I have some questions, but first I'd like to thank you for that very clear and very moving testimony. My questions pertains to this case, but it's one that's generic actually to all the cases that we seem to be hearing. From your presentation, it was very clear that the people on the street were humans. I mean, they were clearly people, they bled, they had, you know, you could see emotion in their eyes and so on. Now, it's my understanding that Bechtel also claims to have legal personality. And I'd like to hear from you what it is that is, what does that notion that Bechtel is somehow a person, first of all, what do you make of it? And secondly, what rights do they claim on the basis of claiming this personality? And thirdly, would they ever have been able to achieve what they did achieve if they didn't have that legal personality? I mean, as far as I know, Bechtel doesn't bleed when you cut it. You can't cut it. You know, it's not born of a woman. It's not born through or conceived through a sexual act. It doesn't seem to me to have human personality at all. So what is this notion of legal personality? I'd like to get your perspective on that.
Thank you. Yes, these corporations that are the states were dominant on the past in the history of humanity at some point. But on these times, the corporations are the dominant institutions. Have taken over, have used a crack on the system in order to claim those rights. And that's something that is scary. And I think in response to that, also some activists and some organized groups have claimed that that nature has rights too. In fact, the Constitution, the national constitutions of Bolivia and Ecuador talk about this in a very clear way. So for me, also the question is as the corporations claim to have rights, can we also claim that nature has rights? I don't know the answer, but I also wonder about this. Can we, and who is in charge to protect these rights that the corporations have and these rights that nature may have? To whom we're giving power to do that? So these are questions that we came off all this time, and I don't think we have clear answers to that. But it's scary to see how things that were meant to do good on the system, like this rights framework, suddenly we can see that they have been used or are being used for other purposes. And I think that's how we have to be very aware of that and have to pay more attention to what we are creating and how that those things that we are creating are being used against us. I don't know if I have answered your question, but.
Do you have a question?
So thank you as well, Marcela. Very clear and coherent presentation. In your response to Nick's question, you mentioned you recognize that the corporation was exploiting a crack in the system. Can I ask, in terms of the huge mobilization you spoke about, what is the Bolivarian sense of what constitutes that system?
You mean, can you repeat the Bolivarian? You're talking about that?
What do the people of Bolivia believe to be the system that allows these actions by corporations such as Bechtel?
I will say that our country, since it has a lot of majority of indigenous people in ancestral and traditional ways of doing things, we have been, it's very hard to explain this because it's very hard. It has been very hard for me to explain this to people in the north, and sometimes you have to be living here in order to understand. But we do not. This system was created for us, and only when it gets into conflict with traditional ways of doing things is when these clashes come up. We do have something that we called self-management here, and it's something that has been traditionally applied or made of by the people. But over that self-management, that is so different from one place to another, from one culture to another here, they have put us up on us this other system. And these things come up all the time because this other framework was not created by us; it was created for us, and we all are obligated to live under this system that we didn't really take part of. And what happened in 2000 in Bolivia, it was actually that. It was, people rose up because we said we don't believe on that. We don't believe on the democracy that you have created for us. For us, that's not democracy. And we're going to do it our own way. And I think that's what has happened on that time. We fought not for, and this is a discussion that I have all the time with some people, that we're part now of a larger movement that talks about the right to water. So were we fighting for the right to water in April 2000? I don't think so. We were not fighting for that. We were fighting for self-determination, for the right to do the things in our own way. And I think that's also very important to look into.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Did you have any questions? Okay. If I may, Marcela, I would like to ask a question. Here in Europe, Immigration is a very controversial subject. There are many Europeans who don't want immigrants, and there are many who think that they have a duty and a responsibility to people who come and seek asylum and refuge. So it's a very divisive issue. So in this context, I want to just pick up on the first question about corporate personality. Bechtel was a US citizen. Corporations have citizenship, like people. They also have citizenship. It was a US citizen. And when Bolivia signed a bilateral treaty agreement with the Netherlands, Bechtel changed its citizenship. It came to the Netherlands and it became Dutch citizen now. So when the Bolivian state was trying to defend itself, Bechtel said, we are no longer US citizens, we are now Dutch citizens. So can you say something, how do you see this idea of corporations having citizenship, and should they be treated as citizens and given rights like citizens to migrate? And I think ICSID court has said that corporations do have the right to migrate. So we see two different things here. Human migration, where there is a big controversy people don't want. Corporations migrate. So what do you have to say about this right of corporations to migrate to other countries?
That's why we don't believe in those rules, because those rules apply very well for for corporations, but they don't apply for the people. That's why it's very tricky when we're talking about this framework of rights. And again, who's the one that it's making these rights be enforced? And again, are the friends of these corporations, the protectors of these corporations. Again, they are using these cracks that are in the system in order to talk about, in order to make it work when it's good for them, but not when it's good for the people. And it's very upsetting. It's very upsetting that this is applied for corporations, but it cannot be applied really for the people. Corporations are big. Corporations have money, and they can use these things on their favor. And again, this is a question that I have asked myself many times. Do we have to fight them under the same rules? Perhaps yes, we do have to fight them there, but also we have to fight them in other places. And what's going on right now with these hearings, I think it's these other places where if we haven't found justice under the normal or legal channels, we might find justice in these other places. Yes.
So just to clarify that last statement that you made, you said that forums like this, you are here to seek justice. Are you suggesting that by coming to this kind of forum, you are actually seeking justice from the people of Netherlands, because you cannot find justice from the state of Netherlands? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
If I may, I would like to also ask you another question which concerns the protest demonstrations about which you talked earlier in your testimony. Here in Europe, people have a lot of faith in what they understand as a democratic system. And democracy is about elected governments that represent the people. This is the democratic theory. And the governments are supposed to listen to the people that are elected. Now, in Bolivia, you elected your government signed a water treaty which people were not happy with, and you elected a government that would oppose that treaty, and the government opposed it and cancelled the concessions, from what I understood. And after the concessions was cancelled, the state was taken to court, to ICSID court, by Bechtel and Agua del Tunari and those companies. So, and in a way that court decided that yes, you know, the court did not have jurisdiction and that Bolivia had to pay compensation. So what does this say, what does this mean to the people of Bolivia? Here you are, you elected a democratic government. The democratic government said we want to cancel this concession, and the concession was cancelled, and then the state was left with a fine of $50 million. What does that, how do you now understand democratic theory or democracy as you have experienced it in Bolivia?
One thing that, you know, when all these things happened, I was 30 years old. And on that time, you know, we learned, like I guess many of you in the world, that what democracy means. And they tell us constantly that democracy is to go every 4 years and put a vote and elect people that will decide for you. That's not democracy. That's what we learned in April 2000. That democracy is something else. And it's when people is being heard. Is when we decide things. It's not when somebody decides for us. It's when we decide. And in April 2000, we decided for ourselves. It wasn't our government that decided to cancel the contract. The government was forced to cancel the contract because we, the people, decided that that contract should be canceled. So we did it. And I think this is very important for people to understand that the things change, or the real change doesn't come from governments or the states. It comes from us when we force them to do the things that we want to do. And that's what happened in April 2000 in Bolivia. That's what I will call democracy, not elect a guy or some people in Congress to decide for me. No, democracy is when we are here, then when we do the things that we want to do on the streets. So first that, and it's, you know, again, it's very hard to explain this because that's something that I learned on the streets, and I don't think I will, you know, my whole notion of democracy has changed since then. It has changed my life, and it has changed the life of many people that were present on that time. So I think we have to deconstruct the notion of democracy and what it means, democracy in theory, because in practice can be something else. I would say that. I don't know if I didn't answer what you were asking.
No, thank you. That was a fairly clear answer, I think. Thank you very much. I now ask, yes, did you have?
I have one quick question from an indigenous people's perspective. I mean, there are always conflicts in the world, and there are always, in all of our lives, occasions where there's a need to reconcile and to arbitrate between people who have a dispute. And I'd like to hear just very briefly from you, what are the mechanisms that indigenous communities within Bolivia use to arbitrate for disputes, and how How do they differ from these secret courts, like ICSID and so on?
There are a lot of conflicts here, and many of these conflicts, especially related to water and land, these conflicts are solved in many ways. But there's something that it's different again from one place to another. But it's under what we call uses and traditions. So there are ways of solve that do not have to pass, not even to local legal system. It doesn't pass through the local legal system, and which is for us is very important, because that means that communities will have to sit down with other communities in order to talk about the problems that are affecting everybody, and those things are made through agreements, and are in many cases solved that way. That doesn't mean that sometimes they are only when it's really not it's really difficult to make an agreement, is when we look for an intermediary, or we look for somebody to mediate in these conflicts. But it's mainly, that's why it's very, very hard for me to generalize and to explain in detail. But it's basically communities talking to other communities and solving the problems that affect both. And that's why we didn't understand this international court and the World Bank, because it was how 3 people are going to decide over millions that were affected by the concession of water. And it sounded like a joke that 3 people will sit down in secret and nobody will be able to go there or to listen what they're talking about. And one of them was who pushed for the privatization in our country. The other one was a representative from the consortium, and the other was our government, and people were left out of that. So it's just how did we let that pass? How could we? We didn't do anything in order to stop that when they would decide to create that structure that it really doesn't work only for the powerful. Anyway, here it's different, and those stories about these international courts are seriously, when we went to explain people that this is what's gonna in early during the early days of the zoo, when we went to explain people that only three of them will decide over this case, people thought that we were kidding or that we were exaggerating or making fun. But it's like that's our system. That's how it works in the real life. And how can we challenge that? Again, if that system doesn't work for the people, we have to create our own systems. And I think this international hearing right now, it's that alternative place where we will be able to be listened, and we will be able to finally make justice.
Participants here to ask their questions or clarifications if they have any. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Perhaps this is too simplistic of a question, but this is a layperson trying to understand this baffling world of economic dealings. But one of the things that confounds me is also that Bechtel pushed for something that has if they are so money-minded, that benefits them less than like about 0.17% of their entire income. That I find that completely confusing. So does it then, in your opinion, come down to power play and like you said, getting into the crack in the system to ensure further opportunities, A? And the second one is, from your perspective of ground realities, I find it very inspiring that, like you said, you fought not only for water but for self-determination. And so for young Bolivians today, do you think there is the similar inclination to fight for self-determination, for conservation of environmental rights, or do you see similar challenges like in Mongolia of employment, of not having the kind of lives they want to lead? So I would also like a little more perspective from your experiences. Yeah.
I think what Bechtel was trying to do is to punish us and to domesticate us and to make a precedent of that, what could happen if you oppose to something like this. I think that was mainly that they were punishing us. They were saying, okay, if you do, if you do this can happen to you. And they try to do these things all the time, like to say, this could happen to you if you don't do what we agreed. So it's a way of domesticating people. It's a way to for this to happen again. I remember that Bechtel did exactly the same. They even created an insurance in the case of Ecuador, because after Bolivia, Bechtel tried to get also a water concession in Guayaquil in Ecuador. And on this time, because they knew that something like that could happen, they made an insurance with somebody. I think it was even the World Bank itself, where, if the contract was going to be canceled there, they were still going to get a lot of money. So it's a way for them to, yes, to domesticate us and to domesticate our governments and to tell them, this could happen to you. And the other question about the self-determination, I think this is a very important issue, because when we're talking about self-determination, we're talking almost about everything, and it has to do with what we believe it's good for us, not what somebody else believes that it's good for us, but something that we think, and that's something that can change also over time and can be different from one place to another place. And this is what I think it's very important for other people to understand, because when these international organizations or the World Bank or the policies from the IMF, those big financial institutions come to our countries, they come like a recipe, like one recipe will work for everybody. And the world is not like that. You guys are different from Bolivian people, and Bolivian people, are different from Uruguayan people. And so I think it's important for us also to create our own solutions to the things. One, I think, important lesson of what happened in April 2000 here is that that we were very ready to oppose to something. We said we don't want that, but I don't think we knew for sure what did we wanted and how we can also create alternatives. I think that's the key for many things in the world, is the fact that we can imagine and that we can create alternatives to these other things. So if we don't want an exit court, what do we want? We want discord, right? So I feel like that's a very important part of the struggle everywhere, that we don't just have to be resistant or opposing or saying no, but that we also can have the capacity to create and imagine the things that we want to do and that we think are good for us. I think these two things are very important, that they go together. Because if we are all the time just saying no, 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 and throwing stones to things and creating barricades to things, we don't have the time to imagine and to create alternatives. And I do believe in these times we do need alternatives.
Thank you for that. Was there a question from here? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Marcela, for telling us all of this. And I wanted to tell you also that I think the Cochabamba struggle was one of the first where the privatization of water was fought. And it inspired, I think, many movements all over the world. So that's also maybe what it produces. But I wanted to know, did you ever have, because the fight is causing also lots of damage for yourself, wounded people, even people died. I remember the name Hugo Daza was a young boy, one of the demonstrators, and we here we use that name to go to ING to force people to ask who Hugo Daza is. But did you ever hear something from the Dutch side? Did they ever come and apologize or something like that? And if not, shouldn't they be like? I mean, they're co-responsible for what happened there. Shouldn't they be asked to repay the damage that they have done?
There's this big moment, I think, in Africa when they talk about the reparations, or there was, I'm not sure if that continues, but they talk about reparations, right? I don't, we never saw the Dutch government as, I will say it in another way. I think the guilt of the Dutch government was overshadowed by the solidarity of the Dutch people. I think we never said really, and I take this opportunity to say thanks to the Dutch people, because they are the ones that help us, and the U.S. people that went in California to demonstrate, and the U.S. people that were in Washington also demonstrating in solidarity with us. I don't know if we're not expecting an apology from the Dutch government, because I don't think we need that. I don't want to talk on behalf of the whole people that were on the streets. I was just one person on the streets like everybody else. But I personally do not expect an apology from the Dutch government. It's like expecting things that won't come. But I was not also, I didn't expect the solidarity from the Dutch people, and that we got, and we're happy for that, and we're thankful for that, and we wouldn't have won this other battle for water without you guys. So I really want to express my deep gratitude toward you guys. And this is for the people in the past, and many young people perhaps that are in the audience. They didn't know that, but that's more gratificant, and it was more it worth more than expecting or getting something from the Dutch government.
Thank you, Marcela, for that. And I started in the morning in my briefing to all of you as members of the public jury that you have a duty and a responsibility to weigh the evidence and to evaluate and assess and come to a conclusion at the end of the day. And I hope Marcela's testimony has convinced you that your views and the decisions that you make will have weight in many different ways, and therefore it is a responsibility and it is an important decision that you will be making. May I now call upon the defendants to remain present and present their evidence if they are here. Any representatives for the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation, if you are here, please present yourself and your defense. Anyone here? Anyone from the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate, if you are here and wish to say something in your defense, this is your time. Please come forward. If there is no one, I will conclude this session and hand you over to the clerk of the court for the next step.
We will go in recess for 20 minutes, reconvene at 4:50, so that's 10 to 5, for the last witness statement and for the judges to call on you as the public jury to pass your final verdict. So we reconvene at 10 to 5.
Without a hitch.
Yes, this is Aymara here. I'm here with Alfonso. I'm trying to flip my camera over, but I'm having some difficulties with that. I want to flip the camera so that you can see Alfonso and me, but here.
David, for coming. Maybe extending the invitation for the next days. Thank you.
Ja. To sit in here. There? Ist okay für Sie? Ja, na. Ich habe sie noch nicht gefunden. Oh. Because I don't know, like you have to find a place that other people are not sitting, and this area was empty, so I know very well. Okay. Like the ones with the paper that is not
no, this
used.
is cool. I just thought I wanted to sit there because of that screen, but I didn't see this screen there as well.
So if you don't see any papers, means that seat is taken. That's why I was like, and otherwise I can give you a chair, but I think it's nice if I can give you an extra pillow. Yeah, and my colleague will check you in.
Yeah, all right. She knows where I am, or I have to go to
she will come to you, I think. She's a person with the yellow trousers.
Welcome back, everyone. The court is now back in session, chairing Judges Rade de Souza, Judges Sharon H. Wen, Rasigan Maharaj, and Nicholas Hildyard absent from my right, are presiding. 3 of the judges are currently presiding.
And the 4th one will join us very soon. I now call upon the clerk of this court to read the second charge. This is the second charge in the charge sheet that you have in front of you today. Thank you.
The State of the Netherlands is charged with committing crimes under Section 3 of the Intergenerational Climate Crimes Act on the basis of 3 complaints filed before this court. The complainants, comrades past, present and future in Peru, have made the following allegations against the State of the Netherlands. That the State of the Netherlands signed a bilateral investment treaty with the State of Peru in 1994, fraudulently representing to the State of Peru that the treaty would bring benefits to the humans and non-humans residing in Amazonia, including the First Nations Achuar, Quichua and Quechua. That the State of the Second, that the State of the Netherlands, contrary to its representation, colluded with the artificial legal person called Plus Petrol, who is a national of Argentina, by granting residency to Plus Petrol in the financial district of Amsterdam, and that aiding and abetting Plus Petrol to expropriate the lands, waters, forests and labor in Peru and repatriate the benefits from the expropriation to the Netherlands. Third and final, that the State of the Netherlands offers immunity for intergenerational climate crimes to Plus Petrol under the bilateral investment treaty with Peru, in order to make it possible for Plus Petrol to extract fossil fuels, destroy local ecology, including the rivers and coastal ecologies of Ecuador, destroy human and non-human lives and the livelihoods of First Nations of Achuar, Quichua and Quechua in the Amazonian regions of Peru.
I will now call upon Alfonso Lopez Tejada, who is president of Acodeco SPART, which is a Cucama Indigenous Federation of the Maranon River in Peru, and he will present his testimony on behalf of Pueblos Indígenas Amazonicos Unidos and Defensa do Territorios on the request of the witness. We will first view a 15-minute evidentiary video, and after that, Tejada will address the court directly. He will be translated by Aymara Leon Cepeda. For those members sitting at a distance, you will have received a transcript of the video upon your entry as part of the dossier, so you can follow the subtitles more clearly, and that should help you to evaluate the content of this witness statement. Now, over to the witness.
Este derrame se ha ocasionado el 26 de enero, 26 de enero. Mira cómo se derraman, cómo se hacen, cómo contaminan la empresa Pluspetrol, impactos ambientales. En esta laguna, en este derrame que ha habido, este mes, como los animales piensan que esta es una laguna, se puede tomar, como son animales, cómo se bañan, mira. Aquí tenemos una huella que se ha ido, mira, Sachabá que se bañan, aquí vienen a tomar majás, venado, todo tipo de animales. Como no se dan cuenta, ¿qué es esto? Piensan que eso es una agua, se puede tomar. Y de eso nosotros alimentamos, por eso nosotros con mucha razón y estamos reclamando nuestro derecho. Y la Plus no entiende, a veces él quiere cerrarse diciendo que nosotros no estamos contaminando el medio ambiente. No es así, mira, aquí tenemos una muestra que se hace en la empresa Pluspetrol en nuestro territorio de las comunidades nativas. Hacen lo que dan la gana y asimismo no quieren reconocer a veces las comunidades, diferentes comunidades, cuando se reclaman su derecho. Si se cierran, mira cómo se hace. No es una mentira diciendo que la Pluspetrol está contaminando nuestro ambiente.
El gobierno decretó emergencia ambiental por contaminación de hidrocarburos, esto en el río Amazónico, en la cuenca del río Pastaza, que nace en Ecuador. Se comprobó lo que por años venían denunciando los nativos de la zona, la existencia de residuos de petróleo no remediados que han generado graves afectaciones en la salud y en la calidad de vida de los pueblos indígenas.
Mira esto de acá, y todavía tienen, eso dice que está todito, y todito esto está igualito, este de acá, todo esto está igualito, todo esto lo que todito por la tubería, y esto se va a la quebrada de Machimposa. De Machimposa se va a la quebrada de Capaguari, y eso se va a la quebrada más grande, y esto sale al Pastaza. Por eso nosotros reclamamos nuestro derecho, decimos, y ellos no nos hacen caso.
Yo asumí mi cargo como representante de mi pueblo el año 2006. Desde ese año ya nosotros hemos venido pensando cómo defender nuestros derechos de lo que estaban vulnerados, mirando que sinceramente nuestros lagos estaban llenos de derrames. Ese es a nosotros lo que nos ha hecho preocupar, y de esa manera nosotros hemos venido haciendo las movilizaciones ya.
La laguna se tapó de petróleo, ¿sí? Tenía una profundidad más o menos de 4 metros de agua, de cuerpo de agua, y el petróleo, estamos más o menos hablando de 50 centímetros de petróleo, todo tapado. Y cuando se hizo la denuncia, por eso tenemos registrado este proceso, lo que hizo la empresa es botar todo o sea, todo lo que es los hidrocarburos que ha habido lo ha botado. Lo ha botado y lo ha hecho circular, ha cavado y ha puesto maderas, palos abajo. O sea, esto estamos aquí, estamos sentados, más o menos el hidrocarburo aquí debe estar más o menos a unos 7 metros adentro de este hidrocarburo. Lo que ha hecho es ponerle palos y encima pone tierra.
Tengo un deseo, volver a tirar la red y que salgan esos peces riquísimos que vienen.
Desearía volver a sacar esas riquísimas anonas.
Mi mayor deseo es ver de nuevo Taricay y el señor Tacocho, para que la vea mi hijita.
Mi deseo
Es disfrutar de la selva.
De mi casa.
Cuando el deseo de uno es el deseo de todos, unidos podemos hacerlo.
El respeto a nuestros territorios es el respeto a nuestros bosques y a esa biodiversidad. No puede ser posible que cochas enteras en el interior, en el corazón de la reserva, estén cubiertas de petróleo crudo visiblemente, que los guacamayos y los loros estén muriendo porque han hecho sus colpas en esos lugares donde se mezcla la contaminación, el petróleo crudo y el barro, y empiezan a comer, donde la boa se está muriendo, donde las achavacas se están muriendo, donde los añujes se están muriendo, donde el oleoducto que conduce el petróleo del lote 8X en la reserva al río Marañón, 18 kilómetros, para ser embarcado en barcazas y trasladados a San José de Saramuro para desembarcar en la estación de bombeo número 1 del oleoducto norperuano. Se viene rompiendo ese oleoducto permanentemente porque está deteriorado, porque tiene más de 40 años y nunca se lo ha adecuado a una necesidad urgente y presente. Entonces, ese proceso, esa demostración ha dado lugar para que el fiscal demande a la empresa. Pero no solamente eso, sino para que sea multado por UEFA por 28 millones, que no pagó Pluspetrol, que apeló, lo llevó al Poder Judicial, lo judicializó y duerme el sueño de los justos. Nunca paga. No reconocen sus delitos ambientales, no respetan las herramientas ambientales que tienen, no respetan la salud de la vida, no respetan una de las maravillas del mundo, una gran riqueza que se viene destruyendo permanentemente en el tiempo y que va afectando a la vida de los pueblos que estamos asentados en esta parte. La empresa petrolera es una de las empresas más cínicas que puede haber en el planeta, que no quieren reconocer. Y digo eso no porque me han contado o porque los quiero crear así.
Mi hermano se ha muerto así pues, botando así sangre, vomitando. Botaba por su ano también de igual manera. Así parece gelatina, así botaba de su boca también de igual manera. Mi hijo también de igual manera se ha muerto. Por eso de ahí ya nosotros empezamos a analizar esas cosas.
Mercurio, plomo, arsénico y otros metales más. Aquí están muriendo con la contaminación. Hasta así niñitos han salido contaminados. Y el Estado no se preocupa de nosotros.
Nuestros hermanos están muriendo por la contaminación ambiental que existe acá. Nos dijeron claramente que no había tratamiento y de que la única forma de poder controlar esto era de que no comamos los peces, no bebamos el agua de la zona, los peces de la zona. Pues la pregunta es, si no vamos a comer los peces ni los animales de la zona, ¿qué vamos a comer?
Vengo hasta acá en representación de nuestros niños que se encuentran en la zona contaminada, que cada día están comiendo pescado contaminado, carne contaminada. Y lo que yo le pido al Estado peruano es que por favor nos considere en tema de salud. No estamos durante 45 años que está la zona petrolera, no tenemos atención médica. Por otro lado, del tema de ambiente, que por favor se preocupen en remediar, porque no podemos evitar la contaminación y estar haciendo más contaminaciones con hidrocarburos, que es plomo, cadmio y otros que tenemos durante 45 años. Porque a la verdad yo crecí una época de contaminación, estoy contaminado, pero no quisiera que mis hijos o los hijos de mis nietos no quisiera que sigan ya más contaminándose.
¿Por qué venimos a Holanda? Porque venimos a Holanda porque aquí es la casa matriz o la casa central de la empresa Pluspetrol. Por eso venimos acá a presentar esta problemática. Han operado y encima han condenado nuestra muerte. Han matado nuestros mercados, de donde uno se come. Ya sé que aquí paga menos del impuesto. ¿Hasta cuánto se llega la ambición de dinero? Que como si fuera con la plata van a volar, sin importar la vida de las personas de ese lugar, sin importar la vida de todos los niños. Las reuniones que tuve yo ahorita durante los días que estoy aquí en este país es de parte del Estado con los parlamentarios, OCDE, con asuntos exteriores y que asuma su responsabilidad de los daños que ha causado. No puedes estar escondido. En otras aguas, peces, animales. Por eso vine a presentar la queja. Le pedimos a las autoridades de este país que lo saquen, que pongan al frente y que lo digan, que asuman su responsabilidad de los daños que ha hecho.
Buenos días, soy Alfonso López Tejada, presidente de la Asociación Cocama de Desarrollo y Conservación San Pablo Tipixca, Acodecospa, parte de la unidad de las 4 cuencas en la plataforma Huinamut.
Good morning. My name is Alfonso López Tejada. I'm the president of the Cucama organization ACODECOSPAT, which is part of a larger platform of the 4 basins with other indigenous federations.
Nuestras federaciones representan a 4 pueblos diferentes. ACODECOSPAT en la cuenca del Marañón, al pueblo Cucama, Cucamiria. FEDICEP en la cuenca del Pastaza representa al pueblo quechua. Opicape representa al pueblo quichua en la cuenca del río Tigre. FECONACOR representa al pueblo achuar en la cuenca del río Corrientes. 4 pueblos unidos formamos UINAMUT con un solo objetivo, de la lucha por la defensa de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas.
Our indigenous federations represent 4 different nations: the Cucama people from the Marañón Basin, the Quechua people from the Pastaza Basin, the Achuar people from the Corrientes Basin, and the Quichua people from the Tigre Basin. We are united with one goal in mind, which is to fight for the rights of indigenous peoples.
Hablar de derechos para nosotros es hablar de la vida, hablar de nuestro mundo, hablar de nuestro futuro, hablar de nuestros hijos. Frente a una forma de entender del mundo de una manera diferente, es de que ahora nos obliga a poder tocar otras puertas, saliendo de nuestro territorio para buscar aliados y para poderlo decir al mundo el desastre que vivimos por 50 años en el Perú y 25 años por culpa de una transnacional petrolera denominada Pluspetrol.
Speaking of our rights means speaking of our life, of our world, of our future, and of our kids. We have this unique understanding of the world, and through that we're seeking different allies around the world so that we can express and we can demand justice from the damages that we have been experiencing for the past 50 years in our territory, 50 years of oil extraction, and several years of this particular company from the Netherlands called Pluspetrol.
Y hablar de Pluspetrol es hablar de sus conexiones que tiene también en el mundo, no solamente donde están destruyendo la biodiversidad y la vida de las personas, sino de los países aliados con esta empresa, de los países cómplices de esta empresa. Y si llegamos a este escenario, es para poderlos manifestar a ustedes, para poderlo decir al gobierno holandés, al Estado holandés y a cada uno de los holandeses que se pongan por un segundo en nuestro lugar, en el lugar donde su país es cómplice de esta empresa petrolera que destruye la vida de los pueblos indígenas en la Amazonía peruana.
Talking about Pluspetrol means also talking about their different connections in the world. Pluspetrol is destroying life. Pluspetrol is destroying diversity and the ecosystem in different parts of the world. So we are here to tell you, to tell everyone from the Netherlands, to tell the state of the Netherlands that as long as they're not taking any actions, they're colluding with this company that is destroying our territories. We ask for your empathy so that we can take our message beyond for you to take action as the state from the Netherlands.
No puede ser posible que un país como Holanda, que dice ser defensor de los derechos humanos, esté coludida de este modo. Y decimos coludida porque tiene leyes nacionales y tratados internacionales que beneficia a Pluspetrol. Y si beneficia a Pluspetrol es porque perjudica a los pueblos indígenas, porque Pluspetrol lo único que hace es destruir nuestro bosque, destruir nuestro territorio, destruir nuestros ríos, nuestras quebradas, contaminar nuestros peces, contaminar nuestro territorio, nuestros animales. Pluspetro lo que hace es contaminar el aire que respiramos, el agua que tomamos y todo lo que comemos. Y eso no podemos permitir, tenemos que denunciarlo, tenemos que obligarlo a Holanda a que tome acciones correctivas desde adentro para que pueda presionar a estas empresas a que cumplan su responsabilidad ambiental, pero también su responsabilidad de respetar los derechos humanos y la vida de los pueblos indígenas.
It is not possible that a country that presents itself as a country that defends human rights stay colluded with companies such as Pluspetrol. We talk about collusion because the Netherlands has laws that benefit Pluspetrol. And when you benefit Pluspetrol, at the same time, you're harming the indigenous peoples from here. What Pluspetrol has caused is the destruction of our environment, the destruction of our rivers, of our forests, of our animals. They have polluted the air that we breathe, the water that we drink, and the fish that we eat. We cannot allow this to happen anymore. The Netherlands has to take action from within, and they have to take actions for Pluspetrol to comply with their environmental obligations, but also with their human rights obligations towards the indigenous peoples that have been harmed.
Las aguas de formación que han ido vertiendo a nuestras quebradas y a nuestras cochas con niveles superiores a los permitidos que arrojan metales pesados, esos metales pesados están en los organismos de los pescados que comemos. Los derrames permanentes que se dan en nuestro territorio, llame en el Pastaza, en el Corrientes, en el Tigre, en el Marañón, en el lote antes 1AB, ahora lote 192, en el lote 8, que aún sigue, debe seguir operando Pluspetrol, porque en 2015 ya Pluspetrol cumplió su contrato en el 192, pero en el lote 8 continúa o debe de continuar. Pero se va no amenazando, sino destruyendo, matando gente. Es poder pensar solamente un momento para podernos dar cuenta de lo que significa la contaminación y los metales pesados en el organismo de la persona. Estoy seguro lo que nos escuchan ahora y lo que nos escucharán después a través de ustedes nos darán la razón. Metales pesados en los organismos de los seres humanos genera deformaciones genéticas. Y un niño deformado genéticamente es un niño que nace con deformaciones, con baja capacidad de poder aprender o enseñar sus propios conocimientos. O sea, estamos hablando de una generación de pueblos indígenas que no vamos a tener la capacidad de recibir ni transmitir cosas que sabemos y cosas que quisiéramos aprender.
The production waters that Pluspetrol poured into our rivers and into our lagoons had big amounts of heavy metals. Those heavy metals are now in the fish that we eat. Not only that, but the constant oil spills that Pluspetrol caused in the 4 basins in Lot 1AB until 2015 when their contract finished, and they are still operating in Lot 8, continuing with these oil spills. But now they're trying to leave the Lot 8 without complying with their environmental responsibilities, leaving only death behind them. I'm sure that you can understand, both you and the people who will listen to this later, can understand the impacts that heavy metals will have in our children. Heavy metals can cause deformation in kids, affecting their learning abilities and their abilities to teach what they know. This means that as indigenous peoples, we'll have a whole generation that won't be able to learn and transmit the knowledge that as a nation we have.
Pluspetrol manifiesta de que se declara en quiebra. Se declara en quiebra y abandona el lote 192 y está abandonando el lote 8. Pero no reconoce, no hay ni intención de remediar los casi 2000 sitios contaminados que es su responsabilidad de remediar. Hemos hecho los esfuerzos posibles desde donde estamos, desde nuestros pueblos, de llegar a la ciudad. Y el año pasado nuestro hermano Aurelio Chino del pueblo quechua, de la organización FEDICEP, estuvo en Holanda haciendo la demanda que correspondió, pero hasta ahora no tenemos resultados que nos pueda aliviar y mostrarnos caminos con voluntad de exigir a que esta empresa asuma su responsabilidad y remedie los sitios contaminados. No encontramos ese camino, aún a pesar de los esfuerzos que venimos haciendo. No puede convertirse Holanda. Nosotros aquí en la Amazonía tenemos una especie de víbora, le llamamos mantona. Y la mantona da cría de toda clase de especies. Y no puede ser eso Holanda, donde en su vientre incube toda clase de empresas, toda clase de daños, en vez de tener un país que garantice la vida y el respeto de los derechos de los pueblos indígenas. Tenemos un país con leyes que favorecen a las empresas para ir destruyendo la biodiversidad, nuestro bosque, nuestra riqueza, nuestro mundo, en favor de estas grandes transnacionales, de esta empresa Pluspetro.
Okay. We're doing, as indigenous peoples, our best effort to get justice. In 2020, our brother from the Quechua nation, Aurelio Chino, went to the Netherlands to speak out about this issue that we're facing. But we still don't have the answers or the path to get justice, despite all the efforts that we're doing. In the Amazon area, we have a snake called the mantona, which bears different kinds of species that are hurtful for the other animals. The Netherlands cannot behave as this snake. It cannot hold in its uterus companies such as Pluspetrol that then cause harm to other people. We cannot allow for this country to have these laws that benefit these irresponsible companies that are not complying with their obligations. These laws that the Netherlands have are acting in favor of Pluspetrol, and again, this is causing harm to our people. Ahora vamos a pasar a las preguntas y respuestas. We can continue with the question and answer part.
Thank you, Alfonso, for your wonderful presentation, and to Aymara for your translation. May I now call upon Judges Sharon Wen, Rasigan Maharaj, Nick Hildyard. Do you have any questions?
Muchas gracias. It's my only Spanish. I want to thank you for the very succinct and clear presentation about the issues that surround not only yourselves, but the environment and all the things that live in that environment. It was very good. So I just want to ask a question. The people of the Netherlands should push the government to change these laws so that there can be a cleanup of these things and to stop any future activity such as this without your consent, because you are the owners of this and responsible for this area.
La gente de Holanda debe presionar al gobierno para que cambien estas leyes.
Nosotros pedimos al pueblo holandés a que nos ayude a hacer que Holanda sea ese país que respeta a los seres humanos, que respeta la vida, que respeta la biodiversidad y que contribuyamos todos a que este cambio climático no continúe y que juntos podamos defender nuestro planeta. Es responsabilidad de los holandeses y de nosotros también trabajar por la defensa de la vida.
Yes, we do ask the people of the Netherlands to make their country one that respects life, that respects human rights, that respects the diversity. Together, it is our duty to defend the planet and help stop climate change, but that is a task that we should do together, and that is why the people from the Netherlands need to get involved in this matter.
Any other questions from the judges? Yes?
I'm sorry I can't speak in Spanish, but thank you very much for the translation. The video was very, very, very upsetting that we saw. I've been to Nigeria and seen similar spills there caused by Shell and other multinationals, and I know what it's. I mean, just being there for 5 minutes is more than one can tolerate. How to live there amongst that sort of oil spill is something one can't even begin to contemplate. So my solidarity to you and my hope for justice will come, which I'm sure it will. I have two sort of small questions, just to clarify for the record. What was the outcome of the complaints that your communities made to the United Nations and to the OECD? That's one question. And what was the response of the Dutch parliamentarians that you met? What did they do within Parliament when you presented them with this evidence? And how many of them actually paid any attention to what you were saying?
Eso puedo complementar yo, desde el Parlamento holandés.
A ver, Aymara les puede dar mayores detalles. Yo lo que podría decir que algunos amparos que hemos hecho llegar a la comisión, hay recomendaciones, ¿no? Pero recomendaciones que en el Perú no siempre lo respetan, no siempre lo cumplen, y ese es un problema que lo vamos continuando. En este proceso vino la pandemia, ¿no? Y todo el mundo se enfermó, todo el mundo se preocupó por la pandemia. Pero cuando los pueblos indígenas sufren más de 50 años la contaminación en su propia vida, en su propio territorio, nadie se preocupa. Es para darnos cuenta de que tenemos que poner mayor interés desde estos espacios, desde esos escenarios, como se llama la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos, o en Holanda los organismos supranacionales, para que encontremos juntos solución a esto y puedan darle la importancia que corresponde, porque es la vida de los seres humanos.
Apo Alfonso says, asked me to complement his answer, but he mentions that in different moments, organisms such as the Inter-American Court for Human Rights have made recommendations to the Peruvian government, but they are not being heard. Also, he mentions that in this process of speaking out about these issues in different international entities, the pandemic arrived. And we saw how this new pandemic had more attention than the suffering that has been going on for 50 years in indigenous territory. he also mentions that we still don't have enough attention on this matter, and we need to pay more attention to what is going on. Both the Inter-American Court for Human Rights and the Netherlands international matters institutions should pay more attention to what is going on with these kind of Dutch companies. Just to add to what Abu Alfonso has already mentioned regarding the questions that were asked, when Abu Aurelio went to the Netherlands in 2020 to speak about this issue and to put a complaint to the OCDE, we have had some improvements, but as Abu Alfonso said, the pandemic has been an issue on getting a response. But that is something that is going forward. We know that Pluspetrol does not want to have any mediation processes with the federations. We know that Pluspetrol does not want to comply with the recommendations that the OCDE National Contact Point could take as part of this process. The other question was regarding the response of the parliament in the Netherlands. When Abu Aurelio Chino was there, we had a good response from the parliament, and actually the parliament sent questions to the government about what the government was going to do about this law benefit companies such as Pluspetrol, companies that have tax benefits, companies that use the bilateral treaties between countries to protect their investments. And I would just like to add that in 2020, the Peruvian government told the indigenous federations that Pluspetrol was taking preliminary actions to initiate an arbitration process using a bilateral treaty between the Netherlands and Peru. So we see very clearly how this company is using the laws from the Netherlands to protect their interests and to avoid the responsibilities that they have with the environment, and particularly with the rights of these indigenous nations. Are there any further questions?
I will now open up the questions to the jury and the members of the public here. Is there any question that you want to ask the witnesses here? Anyone? Yes? Oh, okay. Yeah, go on.
Wait a second.
Most of the challenges you've put forth is also what we are going through. And I'm just wondering about the environmental assessment process in your country. How is that done? Is it participatory? Do communities get to say to have a say when the human rights assessments are going on and the environmental assessment is being done before the licensing is done? Thank you.
Could the question be repeated, please? Because at the beginning, the audio wasn't very good.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Faith from Kenya. And your video was quite insightful because it also highlighted the various challenges that we are facing in Kenya with tallow oil. And my question is, when the environmental impact assessment process is ongoing, are communities involved? And who is charged with that? Is there a regulatory authority that is charged with environmental assessment? And is there a possibility of ensuring that the environmental assessments are looked at from a human rights-based angle. Thank you.
Su pregunta es, en el momento de hacer las evaluaciones de impacto ambiental, si las comunidades han participado en esas evaluaciones para hacer los instrumentos de gestión ambiental. Y la otra pregunta es cuál es la autoridad que se encarga de ver estos temas de evaluaciones de impacto ambiental. So Apu Alfonso is asking me to answer this question. So we have a particular issue here because these oil concessions, the ones that Pluspetrol took over in 1996 and the other one in 2000, the oil extraction began 50 years ago. 50 years ago, we did not have an environmental regulation that required to have environmental assessments, neither consultation processes with the indigenous peoples. So all the environmental instruments and mechanisms have been developing later in time, but most of the time they did not involve the participation or involvement of the communities that live in this territory and that are the ancestral owners of this territory. So their voice has not been heard for most of the time in these environmental matters. However, the indigenous federations of the 4 basins have developed a program for indigenous independent monitoring of the environmental situation of the lots, oil lots that affect them. So 10 years ago, we are starting to get more reports, more information about the environmental situation, thanks to their own independent monitors that are generally young people from the communities that are trained with the federations to be able to report oil spills or the bad conditions of the infrastructure. Nowadays, we do have a more structured and developed environmental authorities and laws. One particular authority in these environmental matters is called OEFA, which is the organism for the evaluation and fiscalization in environmental matters. But what we're trying to do, what the indigenous federations are trying to do, is that organisms such as the OEFA work with the indigenous federations, because it's the communities that live with the pollution. It is the communities that see these oil spills and other types of pollution happening in the day-to-day. OEFA's offices are in the capital of Peru. They're far away from where these events are happening. So one of the struggles of the indigenous federations has been for OEFA to hear and to work with the environmental monitors from the communities. And we are being able to take these steps forward, and the monitors are participating with OEFA nowadays, but it's a continuous struggle for them to be recognized and for the information that they gather in the field to be also acknowledged in an official manner. I hope we were able to answer at least partially the question.
Thank you for that. Did you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question which was actually partially answered by your reply to the previous query. It was about the possibility of political action and also legal action in Peru. You mentioned that we as Dutch, as residents of the Netherlands, we have a responsibility to put pressure on our government to stop these kind of bilateral investment treaties. However, what is the possibility, do you think, in Peru for the civil society like you to put pressure on your government, either through political means or through legal means, to cancel, to hold Pluspetrol to account and cancel these pollutions?
Por el lado que hemos dicho de que Holanda tiene que hacerse cargo de estas leyes. La pregunta es, ¿qué se está haciendo o qué tanta posibilidad hay de trabajar con el gobierno peruano para que desde su propia parte también tomen acciones. ¿Cuáles son las acciones que las federaciones toman políticamente o legalmente para trabajar con el gobierno de Perú?
Lamentablemente en el Perú, la empresa petrolera tiene, en este caso Pluspetrol, mucho poder. Y decimos mucho poder porque desafía al Estado peruano. Si es que es sancionada y le obligan a pagar una multa, esa multa lo judicializa, lo lleva al Poder Judicial. Y nunca paga, nunca hace caso. Más gana el Estado peruano. Y resulta el Estado peruano siendo responsable de algunas cosas. Entonces, en el Perú hemos agotado todos los esfuerzos posibles por hacer de que esta empresa respete. Y como esta empresa no tiene una sede en el Perú, solamente tiene zonas de trabajo, no se puede hacer nada. Hemos buscado, por eso es que hemos llegado hasta Holanda, para poder encontrar, creyendo que en Holanda tiene una oficina. Total que Holanda nos hemos dado cuenta que es solamente un buzón donde se deja y se recibe cartas. Creo que desde el Perú nosotros estamos haciendo, y una de las cosas que hemos hecho es unirnos las 4 cuencas afectadas históricamente por esta actividad petrolera, para poder cuestionar juntos, hacerle sentar a la empresa, poder denunciar ante el Estado, pero nos encontramos con un Estado que en vez de defender los derechos humanos también en el Perú, como es su responsabilidad de los estados, de los gobiernos, se colude con las empresas, se llenan de corruptos y son parte de la corrupción para la destrucción de los seres humanos y el mundo que los rodea, en este caso concreto de los pueblos indígenas.
Abu Alfonso mentions that unfortunately in Peru, oil companies such as Pluspetrol are very, very powerful. And given this power that they are able to defy the Peruvian government. When the Peruvian authorities have fined the companies as Pluspetrol, Pluspetrol takes those fines or takes those sanctions to court. And in those courts, Pluspetrol has a lot of probabilities to win the court cases. He also mentions that the indigenous federations have made and have ended all the efforts and all the strategies that they have been able to do here. And since they haven't find justice in their own country, that's why they've had to go to the Netherlands. But when they've been in the Netherlands, they found out that Pluspetrol only has a mailbox there. They don't even have an office in the Netherlands. Given this situation, it's why, as indigenous federations, they united between 4 different nations, 4 different basins, to gain strength to talk about this. But unfortunately, given the corruption that happens within the Peruvian government, they've been able to see that the Peruvian government can collude with the destruction of human life. They can collude with the destruction of the environment that companies such as Pluspetrol have brought particularly to indigenous territory.
Thank you for that. I will have, I have a very short and simple question, but a big question nevertheless, which is people here in the global north or the west, they say that investments are needed in countries such as Peru, and that without investments, the Peruvian economy will collapse. And so my question to you is, if say Pluspetrol withdraws, if there is some magic and Pluspetrol is removed from the Amazonia and the 4 basins there, do you think that the people there can live and survive and live well? What will be the impact of removing these investments in those basins?
Ella menciona que muchas veces se dice que países como el nuestro en desarrollo necesitan inversiones para que su economía no colapse. Lo que pregunta es, ¿qué pasa si mágicamente Pluspetrol se va o estas empresas se van? ¿La gente podría vivir, sobrevivir, vivir bien sin esta inversión económica del petróleo?
Los pueblos indígenas hemos vivido milenariamente en nuestro territorio. No lo hemos destruido y las generaciones de ahora hemos recibido como herencia de nuestros antepasados ese territorio. Con toda la riqueza que encontramos ahí, con todos los conocimientos que tenemos ahí, con toda esa relación espiritual profunda entre el bosque y el ser humano, entre las quebradas y los ríos y los seres humanos, los pueblos indígenas. Hemos aprendido a relacionarnos, a vivir juntos. Somos parte de ese territorio. Nuestro territorio para nosotros no es un negocio. El Cucama vive de la tierra, ese es el Cucama, el que vive de la tierra, el que mama de la tierra. Desde nuestra cosmovisión podemos entender nuestros diferentes mundos que nos han enseñado a vivir en este territorio. Nunca han habido empresas, pero cuando llegó ese mundo occidentalizado con un pensamiento diferente, donde creen que solamente el dinero puede salvar a los seres humanos, solamente el dinero puede ayudarnos a vivir, nosotros hemos sido abusados en nuestro territorio, violados en nuestro territorio. Es una historia de desgracia, es una historia de depredación, de destrucción, de enfermedades y de muerte. 50 años de petróleo no ha generado desarrollo en nuestros pueblos indígenas. No hay una comunidad que gracias a la actividad petrolera tenga buenas escuelas, tenga buenos hospitales, tenga buenos servicios. No hay una sola comunidad para muestra. Solamente hay buena atención en las instalaciones petroleras, pero todos los pueblos indígenas que están alrededor de los lotes petroleros, que están en el lote petrolero, no son beneficiados. Desconocemos a dónde vaya la plata, a dónde vayan los miles de millones de soles, pero sí sabemos que el petróleo, estando dentro de la tierra, es de todos, pero cuando sale a la superficie, tiene dueño. Nosotros no necesitaríamos de una empresa petrolera destruyendo nuestro bosque, destruyendo nuestro mundo, nuestra forma de pensar, para seguir viviendo. De seguro, seguimos viviendo, pero ahora han destruido nuestro territorio y exigimos que se tenga que remediar estas zonas afectadas y estos casi 2.000 sitios contaminados que es responsabilidad de Pluspetrol.
Apu Alfonso mentions that indigenous peoples have lived in these territories for thousands of years and that they have not destroyed it. They inherited this territory from their ancestors and they have a deep relationship with the forest, with the rivers. It's not only a relationship as two separate entities, but indigenous peoples are part of the territory, and their territory is not seen as a business or as a resource, it's seen as part of them. He says, we are our territory. And our cosmovisions as indigenous peoples have taught us to live without investments, to live without these companies. What these investments and what these companies have brought is the idea that only with money we're able to survive. They have brought destruction, they have brought abuse, they have brought disease, and they have brought death. 50 years of oil extractions has not brought development to our communities. There is not one single community inside or around this oil has good education or good public services. We do not know where these richness that is talked about around the extractive benefits goes. We only know that we are told that when the oil is inside the land, we are told that that belongs to all the Peruvian people. But once that the oil is outside, it is owned only by a few and it benefits only a few. If these investments, if these companies leave, yes, we will continue living as indigenous peoples, but it is important to mention that our territory, the territory that used to give us life, has been destroyed. And that is why the remediation of these over 2,000 impacted sites that are now in the places that we live have to be remediated, because we do not have the same resources as we used to have. And that is what we're asking here that can be done.
Thank you very much for your contributions today. I will now once again call upon the defendants and any representatives of the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Trade and Development Cooperation. If there is anyone here who wishes to say anything in their defense, this is the time. And likewise, if there is anybody from the Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate, this is your time if you wish to say something in your defense. If not, I will move to the concluding session today, and I will invite the judges to give their reflections. The jury now has to make a decision, and if the judges can give some directions about their thoughts on whatever we have heard, the issues that the jury should consider when they make their decisions, and how best the jury can discharge their own responsibilities as people of the Netherlands. So may I call on Rasigan Maharaj first to just share your reflections more as directions to the jury.
So thank you very much. Yeah? And also to all the presentations, evidence and engagement that we've been through across the day itself. So whilst we collectively occupy this planet, which nurtures and sustains life, what was quite obvious across the day is that our perception of what constitutes life and living is very uneven. So notwithstanding that our narrative, our real narrative, is one of shared, codependent, evolutionary development in that way. What seems so obvious after listening through today is that in our most recent past, we've lived through separate development on a world scale. Some of you may be familiar with the term separate development. Yeah? This is what constituted that crime against humanity called apartheid in South Africa. And that's what we've lived through on a world scale. The system that produces, reproduces, and consumes this narrative seems to be premised on historical processes of accumulating wealth and preserving privileges. And the instrument that seems to be used is law, the legal basis upon which we recognize each other. Yeah? But even this basic assumption of law is premised on levels of transparency and a level of equality. I've not seen the evidence of this transparency or equality in terms of what we've heard across today. Yeah. So it seems like a normative assumption, something out there in our minds that we kind of are constantly encouraged to believe in. I also like the idea that someone visits towards the end of December and delivers gifts to us. Yeah. I know about the people that slave in factories generating those gifts. It's not coming from the North Pole distributed to the world. But that's kind of what I've felt listening to what we hear today. You know, the evidence presented confirms almost a cynical doublespeak of the contradictions between reality and promises. And we are expected to disregard the reality and kind of, how would I call it, believe. And Faith, this isn't a comment on Faith the person. You know, we have to watch between the spelling of the word F-A-I-T-H and F-A-T-E. Yeah, I'm so worried we are in the second, our fate is staring us in the face as we hear through the evidence, and we are defaulting to faith in those stories of a Santa Claus maybe visiting us to fix things. So the complicity and culpability of governments then, acting with and for the interests of corporations, have been exposed, and as we heard even in the last testament, this is over decades, this is over centuries. So I think it is quite necessary that we go through this veil of obscurification. Yeah. And somehow, you know, we come to grips with the bankruptcy of a system that is destroying ecologies in seeking to expand a possibility of accumulation. But what are we accumulating if we are destroying life? And that again came across so strongly at the end. Accumulation by expropriation, exploitation is a pathway to our own destruction as a species. But in this we are not committing suicide, because we are pulling with us a huge number of living organisms with whom we share the planet. And these other life forms are not even recognized in the narrative that we tell. Yeah? So the evidence supports the view then, as in terms of what's been presented, that we cannot afford, and there's a full pun on the word afford, yeah, to persist in legitimizing the system that's accelerating climate change and bringing us closer to precarity and actually falling off the cliff. Yeah. So, are the tools available to us, especially the law itself, capable of liquidating itself? Because that's essentially what we are then, you know, proposing in terms of what I've heard. Two big questions present themselves, and these are the last 2 points I want to make. Yeah? The one is our government, and I've made that use particularly because as we've heard the judge call for the representatives of the government, we've not seen a representative appear, but something quite strange also. There's no one else that stood up to speak on behalf of the government. I assume people carry passports, or at least identify documents that say they are citizens of a particular state, and no one stood up. So then that forces me to ask the question, it's not the people, it's the corporations governing us through these governments. And this is a big question about us going forward. And the second one then, of course, we've also heard, as we heard from the presentation the first thing in the morning, are corporations, agglomerations, are they collections of people? Or are they just private box numbers registered? And the only ones that have keys to that box seem to be the owners of the corporations, because no one else seems to benefit from the system, as we've heard through the evidence today. So those are the comments I'd like to share with the jury. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Can I now call upon Sharon Wen to share her reflections and what she would like the jury to consider?
Well, my immediate reaction is to get up a list of all these people that sit on these corporations and put their names out somewhere and say that these are wanted, dead or alive. There's my first reaction. I usually take a sledgehammer to things. And the former president of the United States said, diplomacy means hitting them over the head with a hammer. And then once you got their attention, then talk to them. So I think that in this kind of case, which you've heard now, 3 different indigenous people situated in different parts of the world who have been in contact with colonization. As you can see, they're bringing it home to here, to the Netherlands. It's not some place that happened somewhere else, it's happening right here. That the people today are still colonizing. They're still destroying. And everybody's responsible for that destruction. And you see the 3 different cases today. Each one of those peoples in 50 years could be the pictures on this wall. Because the destruction of their environment, the destruction of the water, they cannot live. And they will become extinct. Everybody's responsible for that. You cannot hide, you cannot pretend you don't know, because you've been told. And so what's the Dutch government going to do? They continue to pretend that their laws mean something, and their laws are to destroy, which is what they have been doing since the time of 500 years, since colonization, and they continue to destroy. And the people of the Netherlands benefit from that. You could see it in the cities, you could see it all over the place. I walked around your city two days, and I see all these buildings, 16 something, 15 something, it's 1800, These are buildings that were built in the height of the major part of colonization. So you need to look at, obviously telling somebody like the person from Peru, maybe you should go to court in Peru, is not working. Same thing with the people that talked earlier. You can't use those court systems to try to promote your rights. We've tried that on Turtle Island. We have been in courts. We have been in courts a lot. We've spent a lot of money fighting these corporations. This is not the way to do it. The best way to do it with these corporations is to go after them where it hurts the most, which is the pocketbook. We found that out by hard work, and it's identifying the people who are the most beneficial and identifying them publicly and shaming them. That's one way. But I think the other thing is to also push for changes in the laws in the Netherlands, because you're going to change the laws in the Netherlands, you're going to stop them from doing it, but they're going to find some other country that's prepared to take them, and to let them continue doing what they're doing. So you have to always constantly be on their backs, so to speak. So I think you need to have long-term goals, but also in the short term, you need to identify what can you do now. How can you assess what you're doing now in order to assist in the future? Like these poor people, that man that just spoke very eloquently, I think, about the, when you take oil out of the ground like this, like this picture here, like with this going on here, when you take it out of the ground and it causes a disturbance and it destroys the water, the animals, the fish, the birds, everything. How do you clean that up? Cleanup of that kind of a thing it's very intense, it can be done. But we had to force that issue for cleanup in our territories. And that requires state governments to be involved in that cleanup, because the state governments have to pay for it, because the companies have scooted off. So that's how you make a company, our country, responsible then for them permitting these people if they have to pay in the future for what has been done. So they have identified, I think he said, 2,000 sites in their territory. I wanted to ask him how much they estimate that would cost to fix 2,000 remediation sites. I have a rough idea what it would cost, but you know, say that you have the Dutch government, the Dutch people saying, we're prepared to pay that. We're prepared to pay for that remediation so that those people can live into the future. Did you see the picture of the cockatoo that was covered in oil at the beginning, or whatever kind of bird that was? It was really terrible. But those kinds of things I think people have to start engaging in and start thinking creatively about how these kinds of things can be done. Like, I worry about what's going on in Mongolia because when the water is gone, there's no more water. What are you going to do then? Like, did you look at those poor camels? Like, you know, they said that their humps are supposed to carry water and they're like flat. Like, that is really distressing, for me anyway, watching that. So, you know, I think we need to see this kind of thing that's going on and take up the, what do you call that? The challenge that has been posed here by the people that have made the presentations. So I think as a jury, you need to kind of think, what can you suggest that can be done in the short term, what can be done in the medium term, and what can be done in the long term? Because what you heard in the Amazon, this has been going on for more than 50 years. This is not going to be fixed overnight. This is a long-term process. So we need to think along those lines, because from where I come from on Turtle Island, probably don't know, people don't realize that, but our nation our whole island got rebranded by the colonizers. They call it North America, but it's still our Turtle Island. What they did to Turtle Island didn't happen overnight, but we have to take the responsibility as Indigenous peoples to direct how it gets fixed. So that's what I'm seeing here, is that people have benefited from these companies. Like, why did they come to the Netherlands? They came to the Netherlands for a reason. They're putting themselves here for a reason. What is that reason? And then take apart that reason and redirect it. So I think, you know, that's the kind of things that need to be considered. Sorry for taking so long, talking too much. But anyway, I'll sit down now.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for your reflections and your observations. Nick Hildyard.
Well, I would endorse what my two other fellow judges have said, heartily. I think that I didn't have more to add on those things. There are a couple of things that are reflections. I mean, this is an intergenerational court on climate crimes, and I suspect that many people in the jury will assume that a climate crime must be something to do with CO2, with carbon dioxide and the atmosphere. That's how we in the West, and indeed internationally within the Conference on the Parties, approach climate as a question of molecules, and particularly molecules that are somehow in the wrong place, too many of molecules in the wrong place. And it's actually written in to the Convention on Climate Conventions that the scientists who tell us about climate don't probe as to why those molecules are produced in the first place. They don't look at the fundamentals of what is driving climate change. It's off limits to them. They've simply got to tell us how much carbon dioxide is going to be emitted over the next 20, 30 years and how to reduce it. So we're completely blind as to the causes of our climate crisis. It's off limits to the negotiators. And that is why, I mean, I was very struck by the fact that today we have had cases brought before us as judges, and you, the jury, that have not mentioned CO2 at all. I mean, the only one that tangentially touches on what most of us here are being asked to understand as the climate crisis is the last case, which is about petrol production and gross pollution and human rights abuses. But climate is about much more than CO2 and molecules in the wrong place. Climate is about, and the climate crisis is about what actually is making it impossible for us to be able to survive. It's about our collective right to survival and what is threatening that. And that right to survival isn't just threatened by CO2, it's threatened by everything that drives capital accumulation. It's threatened by the power system that allows the powerful companies to go out to countries and completely destroy an environment, destroy a way of life, destroy not just people, but others who live and inhabit that territory. And the statute that we're asked to judge by, and here I'm being a judge giving directions to the jury, if you like, does not allow us to consider a climate crime as just a question of molecules in the wrong place. It asks us to look at climate as a much broader issue than that. The climate that allows for the survival, the collective survival, the collective right of all of us to survival, the commons. So that's my first observation to those who might be thinking, well, actually, these cases have got nothing to do with climate. They are absolutely central to the climate issue. And I think another aspect to this that for me was really brought out is the way that by framing the statute in the way that it has been framed, how far it highlights the way that our current laws are completely biased against justice for you and I and others who lack certain types of power, unless we come together and create our own power. How the law is I mean, you know, it's the old story of the law is designed to catch small flies but not large hot wasps and hornets. We know that. We know that. But actually, the way that the law designed to construct corporations as people, corporations who have human rights. You know, a company like Shell can go off to the European Court of Human Rights and get a ruling that its rights, its human rights, have been abused. It doesn't have a heart, it doesn't have a brain, it's not a human. You know, this is ludicrous. So I think, I mean, for me, again, I would ask you to look beyond what our normal sense of rights are when judging this. You know, the rights we are looking at is the rights, the collective right of all to survival. It isn't whether those companies have purchased certain rights to be able to go and dig in the ground or whatever. It's a consequence of their being able to do that we're asked to judge today.
Thank you for that, and I will just come to the conclusion of today's proceedings by sharing my own reflections and my own things, or by throwing out things that you as jury should be considering when you make your decisions. Now, one of the most important things in any criminal proceeding is to identify who is the accused. Now, you will see that in this case, all witnesses have said that the state of Netherlands is what they hold as responsible. You saw in the last case that from Peru, that Pluspetrol has a postbox company in the Netherlands and uses that as the basis to exploit entire regions, entire nations and people, and make their environment impossible for them to live. We saw also with Mongolia how, those kind of arrangements under the bilateral investment treaties, which is something that the Dutch government claims that it has a gold standard, as the prosecutor pointed out in the morning. So I guess the difficult question for all of you as jury here is, how do you view these accusations against the state of Netherlands, of which you are citizens? Are you going to say, we are the state of Netherlands because we are citizens, as democratic theory assumes that you are? Are you going to accept that the state of Netherlands equals corporations, which is what the bilateral investment treaties do? They say, we, the state of Netherlands, put in place these treaties because that is what, they are also people, they are also citizens, and we recognize them as equal citizens. And this is a very fundamental question that you need to consider, whether you think that those corporate citizens and all of you present here are really identical, are really the same. Does Netherlands equals corporations? Does Netherlands equals people, citizens? Or does Netherlands equal, mean corporations and citizens as equal citizens? I mean, that equality of all of you here as citizens and the Dutch corporations who are also citizens of the Netherlands, do you consider these two as equal? And so in identifying, the accused, that is one of the questions that you will need to consider. The second thing is, in none of the three witnesses that we heard today, all of them in their presentations did not distinguish between something called nature in that box and something called people in another box. All of them spoke about their environment and their lives as a unified single totality. Yeah? And when we consider that, if the environment and people are an inseparable, unified, holistic entity, then in what sense are we prepared to talk about the environment, or are we also willing to speak about the environment and people as unity? And if that is the case, how do we redefine, how do we understand this climate crisis, the environmental crisis, and the ecological crisis? And that's an important question to then think about and to answer. And that question is particularly important for all of you as citizens of the Netherlands, because the Netherlands or the Dutch government says that they are doing all this to benefit you, all of you. And they benefit the corporations, but a lot of the benefits of the corporations flows to all of you. And therefore, it's a much more difficult question for you to actually decide. And if you decide that yes, we like these benefits and we want to keep some of it, then how many more of these images are you willing to see in the years to come? Because all of these images that you are seeing in this court of all these species here are here because exactly what is happening today happened in the past. The same Dutch government that did this thing in Amazonia and other places, did it in Indonesia, did it in Sri Lanka, did it in other places. That is why these images are here. So that is a difficult decision. Are you going to say, we don't mind another 100 images coming here, another 300 images coming here in the years to come, because we like this life or we like a share in that benefit? Or are you going to say, no, we are not our corporations, we are people, and as people we will stand in solidarity with people and not with those artificial, legally created persons. And that's a very difficult question again. And we saw again, and that is the second question that I want to put out. And the third question you need to consider is, when we are faced with difficult situations and difficult questions, we always look for wriggle room, how to get out of that. And a common kind of way out is to say, oh, but then the Mongolian state was also involved in this, the Peruvian state was also involved, the Bolivian state was also involved, the Dutch state was also involved, and therefore we are all, in this, and all states are whatever, and that. But then the question is, how much power does the Bolivian state or the Dutch or the Mongolian state or the Peruvian state have in creating these institutions, in establishing these laws? Can Mongolia establish a bilateral trade agreement? And if it did, how many corporations would sign up? Do they have the legal infrastructure to sign up? Because equality can be a very difficult concept. And I remember that Mahatma Gandhi once said that if you want real equality, you have to have unequal laws. And the laws are equal, in reality you get inequality. And therefore, I think one of the things that is important to consider is Bolivia equal to the Netherlands? Are they able to do the same thing? Are they able to influence or sit in World Bank or IMF in the same way? And we saw in all these presentations that there is a syndicate of states. There is a syndicate of international organizations, and they work as a syndicate. But in this syndicate, there are certain states who are present and others who are notably absent. And majority of the states are absent, and most of them, time and time again, we saw who are the states. There is United States, there is Germany, there is France, there is World Bank, there is IMF, there is that. And so those three questions are central questions. If the states are not part of that syndicate of states that make the laws, that establish the institutions, are you going to still say, oh, but the Mongolian, 68% of the Mongolian parliamentarians did something, or the Bolivian parliamentarians did something else? So with those questions, and after everything you have heard from the other judges, I will now ask you to really reflect on the proceedings today and give us a more conclusive verdict. So I will just give you about, let's say, 5 minutes, and then I'll open it up for.
We don't have 5 minutes, the vote is now.
Okay.
The reflection time was today.
Okay, the reflection time, I'm told, is today, now, and therefore I will now call upon all of you who think that the state of Netherlands and the corporations that about whom you have heard evidence today, and today's evidence is the state of Netherlands. Is it culpable for the bilateral investment treaties? Is it guilty of establishing a regime or a legal regime that facilitates crimes against nature, against people around the world? So that is the question, and those of you who think that the Dutch government is guilty, please put your hands up. And those who say not guilty, please put your hands up if you think not guilty. Okay, on that note now, we have a very clear verdict on this one. The judges will now go away, and when they have heard all the evidence, they will come up with their judgment, which will be made available in due course when it is published, and that will be done by the organizers. Thank you very much.
That means that the hearing on case number 1 of 2021 by the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes has concluded. The video documentation of proceedings now belong to the public domain from this moment onwards. The judgment, as was just mentioned by chairing judge of the CICC, made collaboratively by the 4 judges that have been preceding these sessions today, will be published in the coming weeks. And together with the video documentation and evidence that has been filed to this court and that you have reviewed as well, will be shared by organizations and institutions invested in the struggle for climate justice. And these evidentiary materials will also be used for further cases that are initiated by the Court for Intergenerational Climate Crimes. The court wishes to thank all of you for your collective work today, as public jury, as prosecutor, as presiding judges, and we invite all of you to remain with us in this space. Dinner is available just outside these doors. Drinks are available in the back of the space inside. We will continue with case number 2 of 2021, Comrades Past, Present and Future versus Unilever. That is tomorrow, Friday, October 29th at 1 p.m. As it was mentioned by Marcela Oliveira today in the second witness testimony, the legitimacy of this court, the strength of this court, the validity of its actions is dependent on who is present. I really want to thank all of you for having been present with us throughout. Potentially, solidarity is the only form of justice that is immediately in our access, is actionable, is available to us in the present. Any friend, any family, any comrade, any student, any doubter that you know in your environment that you're willing to bring into the sessions that will take place tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday, it does matter. Everybody that is here that is willing to listen and consider what is being told to you matters in what it is that we can do collectively. So I want to thank all of you very much, and I hope to see you tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Is it still possible? Hello? Yeah. Thank you. Very briefly, I would like to add that there's also an exhibition upstairs of We Sell Reality. It's a community project, people that are in limbo waiting for their permit. And it is all accessible for you, and there are several people to show you around there. So feel very welcome to go there.
Yeah.